Good morning, everyone. Pleasant good morning. Pleasant good morning to everyone, and special good morning to our students, our future leaders, entrepreneurs, scholars. Thanks for having me. I am Suzanne from the Unit Trust Corporation, and today I am here to present to share some information with regards to financial planning.
Okay, good morning, students of Form 5 and 6. We know that you all had to make a little switch, so we gave you a 2 or 3 minutes to do so. And we have this morning with us from the Unit Trust Corporation, Ms. Suzanne Bryce, and she's here to share on financial planning. We know that money makes the world go round, and we know that when you make good decisions about the money that comes into your hands, your future will be bright. And the theme for this career fair is hope for a bright future. So we indeed want to help make your future even brighter than it already is looking. And Ms. Bryce is going to help us do that. Ms. Bryce?
Thank you very much, Ms. Simpson. Good morning to everyone. Thank you for that warm introduction. And yes, I am here to share some tips on financial planning. It may just sound like a big word, but basically what it is a step-by-step approach in order for you to achieve your financial goals in life. Because we all have financial goals, whether long-term, short-term, medium-term, whether it's to finance our studies, further our studies, whether it's to purchase a new vehicle, whether it's to purchase an iPhone, we all have financial goals. So thanks again, and I will now try to share my screen. Thank you. Saying something up here. If possible, please condense into 15 minutes. So look, I'll have to kind of run through. Okay, so let me just give you a short backdrop on the Unit Trust Corporation. The Unit Trust Corporation was established in 1982, and we were the first providers of mutual funds in Trinidad and Tobago. Today, while we are not the only mutual fund provider, we still remain the leader in market share. So some rules or fundamentals for financial planning. Identify and allocate your financial goals. Understand the risks that can hinder your goals. Earn more money. Reduce your expenses and save and invest effectively. So what do we mean by understand and identify your financial goals? What we are saying is to make them SMART. That's an acronym meaning to be specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and time-bound. So for example, if you want to purchase a home, you will not just say, I want to get a home when I grow up. No, what you can say is, in the next 10 years, I would like to purchase a split level home in Palmy, San Fernando, right? So you're being specific and you have a time frame, right? It's also attainable because within the next 10 years, you would have finished your studies, you would have a job and would be able to save towards this down payment for your home. Things which can prevent you from reaching your goals, these are known as risks. Some of these would be loss of job, a divorce. We always hear the saying, fail to prepare, prepare to fail. And the big one is inflation. What is inflation? Inflation is really the increase in prices and a decrease in the purchasing power of money. This is what happens to your dollar with inflation. So with $100, you would have been able to purchase a full basket of goods in 1990. In 2020, 2021, of course, you have a very small basket with a few items. I would also use an example of $5, probably 5 to 10 years ago, you probably would have been able to get 2 doubles and get $1 change. Today, that $5 could only purchase 1 double. Earn more income. You can earn more income by doing a part-time job. So whatever skill you may have, whether it be a nail tech, barbering, whatever skill that you have, you can do a part-time job, right? Keep educating yourselves. There's a saying, knowledge is power. By educating yourself, you make yourself more marketable and can demand a better return or salary for your services. And even better yet, start your own business. Be an entrepreneur. So you can also reduce your expenses. So we have expenses, gas, phone, electricity, water. You may have transport, rent. What you can do is what is known as a monthly budget. Now that is just a fancy word. Again, what it means is whatever income you have, less your expenses, would give you what is known as disposable income or cash in hand, which again, you can put towards savings. Take control of your spending, right? So the doubles, we could probably not have the doubles, the unhealthy soft drink or soda. Rather than buying meals outside, you can prepare your own meals at home, sandwiches, make a list when you go to the supermarket, or even better yet, grow your own vegetable garden. And for those of you who love to shop online, be the smart shopper, right? All the Amazon lovers. And then save and invest wisely. Savings. Savings ensures safety and security of funds pending consumption. This is good for short-term goals. Short-term, you're looking at 1 to 2 years. What are some short-term goals? Probably a down payment for a vehicle, to purchase a computer or laptop, maybe a vacation, right? Investing. Investing gives you the opportunity to see your money grow through capital appreciation and income generation, which mutual funds, this is what mutual funds are all about. This is good for long-term goals. Capital appreciation and income generation basically means you would have purchased a home 10 years ago and paid 500,000. Today, that home is probably worth $1 million. So the capital appreciation would have been 500,000, right? The income generation aspect of it is if you should decide to rent that home, the income that you would be getting will be known as income. So this slide here gives a little story. A frog decided to reach the top of a tree. All frogs shouted, "It's impossible, it's impossible." Still the frog reached the top. How? Because he was deaf and he thought everyone was encouraging him to reach the top. The moral of the story is be deaf to negative thoughts if your aim is to reach your goal. And that's it for my short presentation. Thank you very much. Feel free to ask any questions and I'll see how best I can respond. Thank you.
Yes, students, don't be shy. Now is the time for you to ask your questions.
We have some serious scholars in the audience, boy.
Yeah. Could you share with us your career journey? How did you get into the financial sector?
Okay, my career journey is very simple. It was always a desire of mine to work in the financial sector. I didn't start working in the financial sector. I worked in other organizations, but I continued to pursue it and applied. And eventually the Unitrust Corporation called me and I was successful in my interview. And that would have been 20 years ago. Yeah.
Lovely.
I would encourage all to continue pursuing your dreams, even though you may not be successful initially, persevere.
Is it a must that you must have like mathematics in order to get into work in the financial sector?
Yes, maths and English is mandatory, yes.
Are there any programs for young people to get into the financial sector?
We don't have a fixed program per se. What we do have is like an internship for the summer, the July, August vacation, where we would take in students to give them an experience in the world of work. However, if you are successful in applying, you would get a more comprehensive and detailed training.
Fair enough. Well, we would like to thank you so much, Ms. Bryce, for sharing with us this morning. I'm sure that the students were well informed. I hope that they were taking notes. If any of them are interested in joining the UTC or any other financial institution at this point in time, I hope that they have all their information lined up. I think that you did an excellent job in helping them to plan for their future financially. And I just thank you once again.
Thank you so very much to the audience and Ms. Simpson. And you guys stay safe. Have a wonderful day.
You too.
Thank you.
You take care.
Okay, bye.
Bye. Up next, students, we have a representative from NESC, Ms. Vanessa James, and she will be sharing all about NESC's programs and what they have in store for you as students. Do help me welcome Ms. James.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for the invitation. I know time is of the essence, so I would get into the presentation and I'll make it as short and sweet as possible. All right. So what is the NESC? Well, we have been in existence since 1997, right? That's about 24 years. And we're in the business of building the human capital in the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Some of our corporate affiliations, right? Some of you would be familiar with these logos. We are affiliated with, I'm sorry, I didn't put on the screen, my God. Right. Let me know if you all can see the screen now. Are you all able to see the presentation?
Yes, we're seeing it.
Okay, excellent. So some of our corporate affiliations include BHP Billington, SM Jaleel, Massey, Methanex, the Ministry of Energy, Atlantic LNG, Ansa Methanol Holdings Trinidad Limited, and PowerGen, to name a few. We also have international affiliations, such as the International Association of Drilling Contractors, Red Deer College, which is a university in Alberta, Canada, that we work very closely with. In fact, they do our examinations. And when you're finished and you've obtained a certificate, because it has also been accredited through Red Deer College, you are able to find employment in North America and Canada as well. So it's not limited to Trinidad, and regionally, when you're finished and you have obtained your NESC certificates. If you have the aspiration to migrate, it's excellent that the certificate is also recognized abroad, right? We are affiliated with Microsoft, the American Welding Society, and Cisco, which is another IT company. So what programs do we have to offer at NESC? Well, we have 3 levels of the programs. The first level being the diploma program. The craftsman program is the 2nd level, and the 3rd level is the professional development program. So those are the short courses. And the diploma programs is our star suite of programs that we offer at NESC. These are the level 3 technician programs that we have. So I want you all, being in Form 5 and Form 6, to think about your future. And I know a lot of us will think about sign me up for what makes a lot of money. But I'm here to say that that is not all that it is about. We want to look at things that we're actually passionate about, things that we would enjoy doing, so that work would not become a burden to us. And so many persons out there, they consider work when it's time for the work week to start. They feel really upset. They get a little anxious. They're not very happy to go to work. I'm here to tell you that you need to dig deep and think about what it is you're passionate about, right? If it is you feel like you would love to work in an office, if it is you feel like you may like to work out in the field, if it is you think that you work really well with your hands and you're more of a practical person, maybe you're a gamer and you love computers, maybe IT is the field for you. All right. And every single one of these skills that I have up here, you can become an entrepreneur. All right. You can own your own business because the skill is something that you yourself could provide to your clients, the public. So let's start the drill and rig operations. If anybody has considered working offshore, maybe they may know someone that works offshore and they want to know an avenue to get into it. Drill and rig operations is an excellent avenue. All right. A lot of companies take our graduates and they work both offshore and on land. And some of our graduates, not much, but some of them decided that they wanted to go abroad. So we have graduates in Suriname, Guyana, Abu Dhabi, to name a few. Automotive services. Do you have a passion for cars? Is it that you would like to learn how to service vehicles, um, fix engines, transmissions, um, see about see about things like electronics in the vehicles, so powered systems, heavy equipment. Heavy equipment involves the heavy machinery, so things like the tractors, the backhoes, the forklifts, right? Now, I just want to put in that the heavy equipment is very much in demand at in Trinidad right now. So even before the students graduate, there's a waiting list for persons to take the heavy equipment graduates. All right, millwright. Now that may be a little strange to you. Some of you may know what it is. So in the interest of those who may not, millwright technicians are persons who install, right? They maintain, they repair any industry material and machinery. All right, so sometimes, a company may have to rent equipment and things may have to go to off-site location. The millwright person will be responsible not only at the location of the that the machinery is, but when it's rented, the millwright person will be responsible for setting it up and making sure that it's functioning properly on site. Welding. Now, welding is a fusion of metals, right? It's very popular. It's a very lucrative field. Welders are paid handsomely per hour, right? Electricians, a very, very important field, right? All of us rely heavily on electricity. We know how like fish out of water we are when electricity goes at our homes. There's no internet. You can't watch TV. The AC not coming on. It your fan. So electrical at NESC, you're going to be exposed to commercial electrical and domestic and industrial electrical. So you'll be competent in all the areas of electrical, right? And remember, it's a level 3 technician diploma. So when you are finished, you are ready to go into the world of work. We're taking you at NESC from the classroom straight to the career. Air condition and refrigeration. All right, so think about working in an air condition and refrigeration company. Let's say after completing your diploma, you would have spent 2 years with a company. You are now fully experienced. You could start printing your little business cards. You give it out to your friends and family. And after you service their air conditioner, you service their refrigerator, they may make further referrals to other relatives and friends. And that is how you start to build your business clientele. All right, it's very easy to start a company, start a business once you have a skill. IT. Now we know that this presentation would not be possible without the use of information technology. All right, usually I would have these presentations face to face, I would visit schools, but so be it, we are in a pandemic, no problem. We are seeing now how important it is for us to have information technology. So what careers could you have once you've completed a course with us in IT? Things like systems analyst, systems administrator, IT technician, right? Data administrator, to name a few, right? IT persons who would simply troubleshoot and repair networking issues, all right? And programmers and coders, very, very, very important things. I would like to add also that some of us may have an aspiration to work in the public service. So things like the Army, the Defense Force, the Coast Guard, the police, the prison service. I want you to think about having a skill before you go into the service, which would be a great asset. So whether you want to go into the financial sector, the public service, a private sector, having a skill fits into all of these areas, right? There's an IT department, uh, an accounting department, if that's your choice, in all of these organizations. So it isn't limited. You don't have to be very narrow with your train of thought to say, okay, I want to go into work in a financial institution. Well, guess what? That financial institution has an IT department. All right? So let's move on. 1-year craftsman program. So we have rig mechanic, automotive services, welding, domestic electrical, air conditioning and refrigeration, pipe fitting and fabrication, machine shop, plumbing, and autotronics. Now, autotronics, the difference with autotronics and automotive services is that the autotronics is the electrical component of the vehicle only. So let's say you want to open a garage and you're only servicing all the powered systems in the vehicle. That's autotronics. The automotive services will cover everything, right? And lastly, we have our short courses, which include things like fundamentals of hybrid technology, basic car care, Microsoft Word, Microsoft Excel, introduction to cybersecurity, valve servicing and installation, pipe fitting and fabrication, to name a few. So you may ask yourself, why should I attend NASC? Well, firstly, we are accredited, right? We are ACTT accredited, and that means that we have acquired ACTT status, right? We have provided enough evidence to be awarded with that status. It means that the quality of service that we give to you is recognized. So you should feel proud knowing that your institution that you attend is ACTT accredited, right? We are also GATE approved. So all the diploma courses that I listed, all the level 3 technician courses are GATE approved. And ladies and gentlemen, I want to urge you, we do not know how long we're going to benefit from the GATE, all right, service. So we need to not take it for granted. We need to ensure that we utilize it while we have it, all right? We have international affiliations, which I mentioned before, industry relevant curricula. So our board of directors comprise of a number of companies, and they are able to tell us exactly what is in demand, right, from their companies. And we translate that into our teaching so that our graduates meet the demand of the industry. They are very employable, right? We also have industry mirrored workshops. And what that means is that when you go into an NASC workshop, it is not going to look too different from a work environment workshop, all right? So similar equipment, similar layout, right? That's what we're trying to accomplish, right? So that when you go into the world of work, you're not thrown off guard, right? You are familiar with the equipment, you're familiar with the setup and the process. The use of technology. We are very big on technology, right? So we incorporate in the classroom as well. all of our exams are online. All of our exams are multiple choice, right? Um, we also use things like PowerPoint. We use a lot of YouTube in the classroom. We make sure that, research is something incorporated. We like to encourage independent thinking. So we use a lot of technology, right? We have a lot of successful graduates. We have student services and provisions. So I am a part of the Student Affairs Department, and our purpose is to make sure that the students have a holistic experience while at NASC. So in an effort to do that, we teach things like life skills, and life skills will cover things like money management, relationships, workplace ethics, national pride, so that a person that would have passed through NASC has experience in not just their skill, but things of the world that would benefit them in adulthood. Because you all just came out of, most of you all just came out of secondary school, so that you all will need some training in the world of work also. All right, things like interview skills, resume writing, all these things we cover. We also do academic advising. We're in charge of all students activities and events, and definitely we encourage that equal opportunity policy, open door policy, and we welcome student feedback because you all are our biggest clients. All right. So how do I apply to NASC? Well, there are three ways. We, the Student Affairs Officers, we go out and we recruit publicly. So if you see an NASC booth, you can come and you could fill out an application. You could also go to one of the campuses, either in St. Madeleine, Point Lisas, or Goldsboro, which is in Tobago. And lastly, we have online applications welcome at www.nesc.edu.tt. And what is required for registration? Well, you must have a completed application form which you will get at the campus or online. You must have an original birth certificate and a copy, your national ID, passport, driver's permit and a copy, one passport size photo, medical certificates of fitness, academic certificates and copies, so that would be your CXC or your CAPE results, drug test results, your e-gates ID, and your registration fee of $300 that you only pay once you're accepted. All right, the e-gate ID, you don't have to worry about that just yet because at the campus, they would assist you with that. Now, I wanted to show some of the events that we had, right, very recently before COVID. So this was a Know Your Country tour, right? Students went to the Labidco estate. This was in front of Tufco in Labre, right? We went to a hike that was at Three Pools, right? Very, very lovely hike. We had a student wellness, health and wellness day. So the student council was serving smoothies to the staff and students there. More pictures from the Know Your Country tour. So they went to the Icacos Point and Icacos Lagoon there, right? The beach was at Cedros. And of course, sporting activities. So these are the cricket champions, the red team, right? The football tournaments. We have a lot of, we also play a lot of table tennis. Right, very importantly, field trips. So according to the skill that you select, we usually have a field trip to a reputable organization in that skill. So the automotive class went to Lifestyle Motors in Sawa, and here they are looking on at a diagnostic scan of a Porsche Cayenne. The electrical class, it's another picture of the automotive class and with the managers. This is the electrical class. They went on to Power Gen in Penal and they got a tour of the entire facility. One of the managers presented them. It's a lecture on health in electrical. They thoroughly enjoyed it. And why I like to always have these field trips is because the students get an opportunity to see what it is their future may look like. They get to ask questions and have it answered in real time on what they require to become employed by their organization. And they get that inspiration, that boost to carry on because they basically live their dream for a day, right? They spend the day at the facility that they may like to work at one day. All right. So, any questions or comments you all have for me?
Okay, we only have time for one question. And that question is, do you all offer any short courses at NESC?
Right.
Because there are some students who, they're interested, but they don't want to do it for that length of time, the programs for the 1 or 2 years, if there are any shorter programs.
Okay, yeah, I understand. So yes, we do have short courses that we run throughout the year, and we post that on our NESC website. I encourage you all to check it out. It's www.nesc.edu.tt. All right, and the short courses include things like pipe fitting and fabrication, a lot of IT courses, Microsoft Word, Microsoft PowerPoint, all the Microsoft Office courses. We have things like basic car care, right? Short courses in welding, like coding, and a number of things, right? You may not get a short course in things like drilling. The drilling is an intensive course, but there are a number of short courses, yeah.
All righty then. Thank you so much, Ms. James. Thank you so very much for your presentation. It was quite informative, and I thought that the students would have been well prepared, the ones that are indeed interested in coming to NESC. I hope that you were paying attention, that you were making your notes as necessary, yeah, so that you all can feel free to go down to NESC in St. Madeleine, I believe would be the closest campus to us in Southeastern. Yeah, so please check them out if you need to sign up for any of the courses that would have been mentioned today. All right. So thank you so much, Ms. James. Do have a wonderful rest of the day.
Thank you so much for inviting us, and all the best in your examinations to the Form 5s and 6s. I hope to see some of you soon at the NESC. Take care and be safe.
Wonderful. Okay, students, in the next 2 minutes, we have a presentation coming up from WASA. So stay tuned, stretch, get some water, get a snack if you need to. Yeah, but stay tuned, WASA is coming up next.
Would you do the world a favor and be you? Because everybody else is already taken. Do the world a favor and be you. The world needs you, or God wouldn't have made you. If God wanted me to be somebody else, I wouldn't be here. I would be them. Stop trying to be somebody else. Stop letting the culture define what's beautiful. God says you're beautiful. Have you listened to God's voice in Psalms 139, 13, and 14? That when you were in your mother's womb, you are wonderfully and fearfully made? Have you looked in the mirror and said, I'm wonderfully and fearfully made because God says? Or have you looked at TV images? Have you looked at magazine covers and said, oh, I'm ugly because I don't look like them? And God is going, precious child, you are beautiful to me.
Too many people go around feeling wrong on the inside. They don't really like who they are. They focus on their
With us this morning, we have members of the Water and Sewage Authority. The Water and Sewage Authority, WASA, was established by an Act of Parliament in 1965 to manage the water and sewage sector of Trinidad and Tobago. An essential component of this mandate is the delivery of a safe, reliable, and efficient water supply to satisfy the demand of all sectors of the economy. With us this morning from WASA, we have Ms. Keisha Leach. Good morning, Ms. Leach.
Good morning, and thank you for having us at WASA with you this morning. We have a wonderful presentation, a very informative presentation with you all today. Okay, so we will go right into it. All right. So, as I was introduced, my name is Keisha Leach, and I are one of the public education officers representing the Water and Sewage Authority of Trinidad and Tobago. Now, let's look at the actual video. Let's have an understanding of what WASA is, what does WASA stands for, how was WASA created? Right, so when it is we are applying for organization, we understand the type of organization and their functions in which we would like to be a part of their team. So WASA stands for the Water and Sewage Authority of Trinidad and Tobago. If you look at its logo, you will notice that there are two colors. There is blue and there is black. Now, these two colors represents the two main functions or the different types of water and wastewater that we treat at the authority. So the blue represents the water and the black represents the sewage, all right, or the wastewater. So we have the water and storage, right, which is the whole pipeline system for the wastewater, right? We have different types of wastewater, which we have gray water, black water, and storm water. So the storm water is the water from rainfall. So that water will go into your drains, it will go back into the rivers and so forth. Then we have gray water. Gray water is the water from when you wash your hands, from when you take a shower, from when you brush your teeth. All that water that goes down the kitchen sink, the faucets, that is gray water. And then we have black water. Black water is the water from when you flush the toilet. So all your feces from defecation and urination, all that goes to your septic tank system or your septic tank, all of that is what WASA treats. And then we have water, right? Our sources of water that we use in our water treatment process, we use surface water. 60% of the water that we use is from the surface, all right? So we have water from the rivers. We have water from our reservoirs. In Trinidad and Tobago, we have 4 reservoirs. We have one in Tobago, which is called the Hillsborough Reservoir. We have 3 in Trinidad, the oldest reservoir being the Hollis Reservoir, the largest reservoir being the Caroni Arena Reservoir, and we have the Navat Reservoir, right? So those are the 4 reservoirs in Trinidad and Tobago. So who we are? WASA is an organization. Our main focus is to provide a water supply to citizens in Trinidad and Tobago, right? And to treat the discharge or the effluent from your homes, all that water from what you use, and the wastewater, those gray water, storm water, black water, we treat that water, okay? Now, WASA was created or formed in 1965 with different groups of authorities and councils and utilities, which consist of the Central Water Distribution Authority, the Port of Spain City Council, the San Fernando Borough Council, the Arima Borough Council, the county councils, the Water Division of the Ministry of Public Utilities, and the Sanitation Division of the Ministry of Public Utilities. Now, what do we do? As I explained before, we treat our water and we make the water, the raw water, potable water. Potable water is safe drinking water, all right? And it's processed. So that's a general idea of what we do. Now, its core functions. Now, at WASA, operations department is the main department that do the treatment process and the wastewater treatment. But maybe you like some other different type of job. Maybe you like to do different things. You have a passion either with numbers, or maybe you like to deal with people, you like to interact with people. So we have different departments. Maybe you like chemicals, you like to deal with the chemicals and so forth. So let's look at the operations department, right? In the operations department, there are different positions that you can apply for. Now, the minimum qualification will be your 5 CXC passes. Now, there are some departments or some positions that will require more than just CXC. All right? So let's look at an engineer, one of the plant operators. You are an engineer, we need you to, work on the equipment. You have to know how much chemicals is to be used, when it is you have to put in the chemicals, how much, what chemicals interact, if you are using alum, you are using disinfectants and chlorine and so forth. So the minimum qualifications to be an engineer, a senior engineer, is a BS degree in civil engineering, right? So we'll look at that. Maybe you want to work, you are into computers. You like computers, all right? You are into, fixing computers, developing programs and so forth, right? But let's go to the accounting or the finance department. You are good with your numbers. So if you are looking at an account payable officer, you are looking at the minimum qualifications, which is your 5 CXC. Together with your 5 CXC, you are looking at a diploma in finance or accounting from an accredited institution, right? Probably you want to be an accountant. What do you need to be an accountant at WASA? Minimum qualifications, you must have the first degree in management, finance, or accounting. And you must have a recognized professional qualification in ACCA. Together with that, you must be computer literate and you must have some form of experience in capital projects accounting and understanding of WASA's accounting system, right? So that understanding will come with the experience. Now, we are no longer calling this department MIS, but the department name is called ICM, which is Information Communication Management. So maybe you want to be an IT officer. You are studying IT. You are doing IT in school. You want to be an IT officer. So what you would need is a minimum qualification of a degree in computer science, computers and telecommunication, electrical and computer engineering or related discipline, which is required. You must also have be nationally recognized diploma, right, at a high national diploma or associate degree level with at least 2 years of quality working experience in the field, which is very much accepted. You must have knowledge and experience with the Oracle database management system and its associated tools would be definitely an asset. A certificate in Microsoft application and systems as evidence by a MCSE or similar qualification would be an asset also. All right. Now, what about being an administrator in the same department? A first degree in computer science, computers and telecommunication, electrical or computer engineering, right? So we are going on to the human resource department, right? This is the known HR department. They are the ones that will be doing interviews, making sure you have all the employees, their database, make sure that if there are internal issues or you have that rectified, that is all that is part of HR. HR deals with internal staff that have to update their information, if they need to get job letters, right? If it is to have documents that they need to drop in, if they need to apply for vacation leave, for sick leave, for casual leave, and so forth. If it is you are being promoted and they need to get some more information and positions and stuff, HR is the department for that. Okay, so they are the ones that mostly deal with internal staff, right? So let's look at a human resource officer, right, which we call an HRO. Now, to be an HRO too, you will need the minimum qualifications, which is a BS degree or equivalent combination of training and experience, right? Planning training, okay, a certificate or diploma in human resource management, right? Now, you must be able to solve problems, right? So problem solving is an occupational skill that will be required. You must have critical thinking skills, okay? So you have to know how to deal with situation. If something arises with employees or something that a situation took care of an employee, let's say a relative of an employee or employee dies, how do you deal with that with the department, you know, dealing with the paperwork and so forth. So you have to know how to have these critical thinking skills, how to solve basic problems. Now, if you also want to be assistant manager, you have your degree in a social science or equivalent combination of qualifications and experience of such, right? You must be able to write. You must have writing skills, all right? One of the preferred additional qualifications, you know, is a training as evidenced by a certificate or diploma in human resource management. So once you could have something in the whole HR, human resource management, right? Or internal relations, if you have some qualifications in that, that will also be a great addition. All right. Now, do we have any questions pertaining to the job specs?
Ms. Leash, we have no questions at this time, but I'll get on to you as soon as we do.
Okay. Now, one thing that is very important to us as the authority, and we want to share this with you, and we want our Trinidad, our students to know, Trinidad and Tobago, all our students, even your parents, everyone at home, our different areas, is that we need to practice water conservation, right? Now, water is very important to us. Now, 97 of all the water on the earth, 97% of the earth's water is seawater, right? Which leaves 3% fresh water. However, 2% in that 3% is trapped in the form of ice, which leaves approximately 1% of water that is available for human use. However, of all the water on the earth, we only have 0.007% of the earth's water, right? That is drinkable. And even that also is contaminated because of humans' activity and sometimes natural disasters, right? For instance, like the eruption of a volcano, landslides, floods, right? So what can we do at our end, or what can we do on our part to help save water? When we are brushing our teeth, use a glass of water instead of the running tap. When we are washing our dishes, you can use a basin of water, or you can fill the sink halfway, and we can use that to wash and rinse the dishes. Don't leave your hose running while you are washing the car, so don't use your hose, but use a bucket and a dipper. When you're washing your clothes, ensure that you are using a large load, right? Taking a shower, you take a shower for 5 minutes. 3 to 5 minutes, you take a shower for. If you have any leaks in your faucets or your taps or water tanks at home, please ensure that you call a plumber and you get those issues rectified. Now, we have the treatment process. How does WASA treat water, right? So let me just show you all this video so you will have an idea, appreciation of the water treatment process, right? One of the core functions of WASA, which is to deliver a sustainable, potable supply of water. So I'm going to share this video with you right now, and we are going to learn about the water treatment process. See if it's something that you will want to get into. Okay.
Where does the water you drink come from? Do we need to clean it before we drink it? Let's find out a bit about the water we drink here in Trinidad and Tobago. Firstly, there are two main sources of water: surface water and groundwater. Surface water is any water found above ground. Example, rivers, lakes, streams, ponds, etc. Groundwater is water that is found beneath the surface of the earth. To get this water from underground, deep wells are drilled into the soil to extract the water. Although water in the oceans are salty, it is still considered to be surface water. Let me just add, there are also two types of water that we use: fresh water and salt water. Salt water, however, must be desalted or desalinated before we can use it. Most of the water that we use on a daily basis comes from surface water. So let's take a look at the water treatment process to see how WASA cleans or purifies the raw water and send it for us to use safely. Purpose of water treatment. The raw surface or groundwater may contain impurities such as sand, grit, silt, and germs that can get us sick. A water treatment plant is designed to remove these impurities and produce water that is safe for human consumption. This is called potable water. Not portable, but potable water. First stage, river. Here, water enters into the treatment facility through a device called a screening filter. This device prevents larger objects such as pieces of bamboo, wood, etc. from entering into the facility and damaging equipment such as raw water pumps. These raw water pumps pull the water from the river and send it to the second stage of the water treatment process. Second stage, headworks. At the headworks, chemicals are added to the raw water to remove sand, grit, silt, etc. that may be present in the water. Third stage, flocculation and sedimentation basins. When the water leaves the headworks chamber, it goes across to the flocculation and sedimentation basins. These chemicals cause all the floating impurities in the water to cluster and stick together. When they stick together, these little clumps become larger and heavier when they come into contact with other clusters of sand and silt, and as a result, they settle to the bottom of the sedimentation basins. The settled particles we now call sludge. This sludge is scraped from the bottom of the sedimentation basins and sent to sludge ponds for disposal, whilst the water continues on to the filtration process. Fourth stage, filtration. By this time, the water should be free from most of the sediments, but there are still fine particles remaining in the water that needs to be removed. To do this, the water passes through filters that does exactly that. It removes any remaining particles in the water to get the water crystal clear. After this, the water goes for storage. Fifth stage, disinfection. Before actually reaching the storage tank, chlorine is added to the water to kill any germs that may be present in the water. When this is done, the water is now safe and is distributed for us to use. Sixth stage, distribution. At the distribution station, pumps take this final or treated water, send it into pipelines that will evenly distribute this water to all of WASA's customers so that we can have clean, clear water. Everyone depends on this water for our daily chores. Everyone, from us in our homes, in our schools, at our churches, commercial and industrial businesses, etc. So there we have it. A brief look at the water treatment process right here in our very own Trinidad and Tobago. Hope you enjoyed.
Okay, so there you have it. If you want to be a part of this wonderful experience, this activity, this job that we do, this passion of cleaning water, treating water, you see the process. You see it's a lot of work, it's a lot of detail. You can be part of Team WASA. So thank you on behalf of WASA. Thank you for allowing us this time to express what we do at WASA and our different jobs, some of the different job specs that we have at the authority.
Yes, Ms. Leach, we have a question for you. Are there any misconceptions about WASA you would like to dispel at this time? For example, people talk about the cost of the water. They talk about water is free. Could you please explain that to us?
Sure. Okay, now the water treatment process, as you all saw just now, is a very detailed treatment process, right? Now, in order to treat water, for instance, the plant, like the water treatment plant, which you saw was a Kearney water treatment plant, the amount of electrical power that is used to run a plant like that will be the amount to run a small island like St. Vincent or Grenada. Now, these equipments have to be maintained, right? So the water treatment process that we do is top rated in the world for treatment process. You can turn on our taps and you can come and you can drink water without fear of having any waterborne diseases because of our treatment process, which you just experienced. We also have the lowest rates in the world for the paying for water. Even though water falls from the sky through the water cycle or water from the rivers or the reservoirs, that is raw water. That water still has to be treated. And in order to get the chemicals, to maintain the equipment and to treat that water, it is costly, right? So water is not free in terms of coming to your tap, the pipelines, right? Pipelines are running for miles, and that pipeline is what brings the water to your tap. So the water is not free, right? If in order for the water, we have to pay, the water have to pay. We have to pay for water, basically, right? Water isn't free. It goes through a very detailed treatment process, and it takes a lot of manpower and chemicals and a lot of team and cooperation to bring the standard of water that we have to what it is right now for your enjoyment. WASA has never had a major outbreak of any waterborne diseases, and that is because of the quality of our water treatment process. Any other questions?
Thank you, WASA, for definitely keeping us safe. We know the importance of water and we are dependent on you. Yes, you would have spoken about the various jobs at WASA, but could you tell me what is the most basic entry-level job at WASA and what are the qualifications at that level?
Okay, so we have office assistants, right? To be an office assistant, you will have your basic CXC passes, right? Now, together with that, there is not only office work per se or field work, but we also have the faculties management department, right? So they are the ones basically that will help maintain the authority in terms of sweeping and cleaning offices, painting of buildings, you know, emptying, and just general maintenance and cleaning. So they will need at least 3 CXC passes for entry. Now, if
Thank you, Ms. Lee.
Just one thing to express, if you notice, now WASA, we have 3 different types of t-shirts, our uniform. So it have the gray, which will be monthly paid. So most of the monthly paid are those who are at the office or working on the field in terms of the treatment plants, like the plant operators and so forth. Then we have those who are in green, the ones in the dark green, like a moss green, they are working at the wastewater treatment plant. So they treat the wastewater, which I described, the gray water, storm water, and black water, right? And then we have the blue uniforms, which is the daily paid, right? Or the fortnightly paid staff. They are the ones that mostly do the maintenance of the authority.
Well said, Ms. Leach. We have a student who is interested in working at WASA. However, he is pursuing chemistry and he wants to know at what stage would you be able to enter WASA if you are pursuing chemistry?
So you are looking to work at one of our labs. So you're interested in working at the lab. So you know you will have your physics, biology, chemistry, right? When it is you have your sciences, then you will further into doing your engineering. So you will need your 5 CXE, well, 5 CXE including your sciences, maths and English to enter. Of course, you will have to have some form of training background in the field. All right. Right, so which is really like water quality control. So you must have the sciences. If you can have a diploma or a degree in one of the sciences, that will be great. All of that will assist because that means you will have the full knowledge of the different chemicals, what interacts with what you are looking for when you have to do the different testing. So if it is, you can have your CXC passes with your different sciences and a degree following thereafter, that will be great.
Thank you. And our final question for this morning. How can one apply for a job at WASA?
Excellent question. If you go to the WASA website, you will see our forms are online, or you can do a resume, and we have our WASA forms at the authority, at any of the period centers. You can fill out that form, attach it to your resume, and you can drop it at WASA head office, which is at St. Joseph. Right? If you can't drop it at St. Joseph, you also have the WASA office in San Fernando that you can drop it there also. Right? Make sure you have photocopies of all your qualifications and all the information is correct.
Ms. Leach, at this time, we would like to say thank you for a session that was both relevant and interesting. We wish you continued success in your field and all the best.
Thank you very much. Do have a blessed and safe day.
Same to you.
Whether you're entering the workforce for the first time or looking to change fields, deciding on a career can be tough. One way to narrow down your choices is to evaluate yourself and what's important to you. Let's take a look at some different needs and preferences you can assess. Your interests. Identify any hobbies or activities you enjoy, or anything that fulfills you. You may be able to find a career related to these. Being invested in and excited about the work you're doing is important. Your personality. Personal characteristics and qualities are good things to consider. Are you an introvert or an extrovert? Do you like to work alone or in a group? Are you more creative or analytical? Your values. How important is it for a company's values to align with your own? You'll probably have a more positive experience if you can find a workplace with an environment and culture that suits you. Your skills. Identify skills that you're good at. These can be concrete, like knowledge of certain computer programs, or they can be abstract, like problem solving or creativity. After evaluating these different qualities, you'll probably have a better grasp of which careers might interest you. Good luck!
Goodwill Community Foundation, creating opportunities for a better life.
Whether you're entering the workforce for the first time or looking to change fields, deciding on a career can be tough. One way to narrow down your choices is to evaluate yourself and what's important to you. Let's take a look at some different needs and preferences you can assess. Your interests. Identify any hobbies or activities you enjoy, or anything that fulfills you. You may be able to find a career related to these. Being invested in and excited about the work you're doing is important. Your personality. Personal characteristics and qualities are good things to consider. Are you an introvert or an extrovert? Do you like to work alone or in a group? Are you more creative or analytical? Your values. How important is it for a company's values to align with your own? You'll probably have a more positive experience if you can find a workplace with an environment and culture that suits you. Your skills. Identify skills that you're good at. These can be concrete, like knowledge of certain computer programs, or they can be abstract, like problem.
Today, I want you to put you at the top of your to-do list. I sense a little hesitation. Don't think about it. You really need to do this. See, you've been putting others first for so long, you've lost a connection to your own personal brand. And you keep dancing to somebody else's beat. But today, it's time to reintroduce the world to your phenomenal marching band. Putting others first to the detriment of you is the opposite of healthy living. Today, I implore you to love you some you. And tomorrow, you can get back to all that giving. The first thing they tell you when you get on a plane is put your mask on first. And since you failed to follow protocol, it's been hard for you to breathe. And if you don't make some changes, it will only get worse. If people laugh when you tell them your dreams, if you've ever been so low, you felt like you wanted to scream. If you've ever been doubted in your quest to achieve, if the non-believers' voices were so loud, you almost started to believe that they were right. Hold up. This is the moment that I remind you that they are never right. Because you were born to be a beacon of light. You were born to overcome any fear or any fright. You were born to have next level vision and not just sight. You were born with the heart, will, and passion to never give up and fight and fight and fight. If they say there's no way, make it. Never ask for permission to be great. You take it. Greatness is yours to claim. You just gotta stake it. When they try to lock you up with a mental chain, you break it. Yeah, they're there for you when you're up. They're there for you when you're doing good. They're there for you when you're succeeding. But they're nowhere to be found when you really, really need them. See, they act like they got love for you, but only when you're doing something for them. They act like they got love for you when you're paying for everything. They act like they got love for you, but only when it's working in their favor. At what point did you stop and ask yourself, what are they bringing to the table? See, I call them halftime homies. Because half the time they smile on your face, half the time they want to take your place. I need you to realize today that it's time to eliminate certain people out of your situation. It's time for you to eliminate certain people out of your circle. It's time for you to eliminate certain people out of your life. Those are the people that is high and by. Because right now, you got a goal, right now you got a dream, and you need people on your team that are gonna play their role. And when the chips are down, they're gonna step up and have your back. And when the chips are down for them, you're gonna step up and have their back. It needs to be mutual, 50-50, win-win. Right now, the people that you rolling with, it's a win-lose. So let this be the moment right now that you activate action and eliminate distraction and eliminate dissatisfaction and eliminate each and every one of those losers that just acting like they got your back. Eliminate them from your life. This is the moment. This is the time. You have to have your own back, because they will use you until they can't use you no more. And those are the facts. Today, embrace your flaws, because you are imperfectly perfect. Treat yourself to your favorite meal and do you today, because believe me, you deserve it. Take this moment to rethink all of your present relationships. Never settle for mediocre or average. Think big, outside the box, shoot for Mecca, or even better yet, go for galactic. When they think you're about to throw in the towel, use it to wipe the sweat off your face, look them dead in the eye and smile. Because they underestimated your heart, and they didn't think you had the resiliency to go that extra mile. But you do. If you fall down 2,051 times, you get back up 2,052. Because you're rare like that rose that grew in concrete. When they say you can't do it, prove them wrong and do it anyway. Believe in something, believe in you. And never forget, you were born to be spectacular. It's in your DNA. You got this.
Good morning, everybody.
Good day, students. We will now have Mr. Nigel Bradley share with us all of the programs that the university offers. Mr. Nigel Bradshaw, please.
Good morning, everyone. I'm about to share with you a video that you would be able to utilize to understand and appreciate the University of the West, what the University of West Indies has to offer. You could just relax and look at it to run just for about 3 minutes.
The University of the West Indies has come a long way from its humble beginnings in 1948, when 33 young medical students enrolled in its Mona, Jamaica campus and set the stage for future generations of West Indians. UWI, as it has come to be fondly called in the region, has distinguished itself as the leader in Caribbean higher education. The university enjoys links with some of the most respected global educational institutions. It has produced legions of leaders across all sectors and disciplines. Amidst its advancements, the university is held strongly to its mission of providing an outstanding level of education that is regionally focused and internationally relevant. UWI continues to assist Caribbean development through teaching, outreach, and research, devoting considerable effort to areas that are critically important to the sustainable development of our small island states. It has explored alternative forms of energy, studied water management, and the economics behind poverty alleviation. It has even given birth to the G-Pan, the most technologically advanced version of the steel pan instrument, as well as the cardiovascular surgery simulator, which is used in some of the world's top medical schools, such as Johns Hopkins University, the Mayo Clinic, and Stanford University. UWI has built a legacy as the largest resource for knowledge creation and application in the region, and a repository of unique Caribbean resources. It is a collaborative community that values innovation, embraces technology, and has solidified its place as the regional benchmark of excellence in academia. Just like the region that gave it life, UWI is a diverse mix of ideas, cultures, and people.
Okay, everyone, good morning. I am Nigel Bradshaw, University of West Indies at the St. Augustine campus. With me this morning are two students of the University of West Indies. If they could put on their microphones and the video and their cameras, you'll be able to see them in a little while. They are Walete Chukumba and Ariana Marine. We are happy to be able to share information with you all about the University of West Indies. The university, as you saw, offers a large number of different types of careers and so on. Just want to ask one question though. These are all the participants that will be attending today, or is it that we're going to be moved from this room to another room? Anyone here can tell me? Oh, it's light. No. Okay. Right. So the University of West Indies has a lot to offer. We offer engineering, food and agriculture, humanities and education, which will include VAPA subjects, languages, cultural areas, early childhood care and education, primary education. Persons could come to the University of West Indies to be able to be secondary school teachers as well. We offer law programs, medical sciences programs, programs in STEM, science, technology, mathematics. We offer a full range of management and business study programs that are ACCA accredited. And we also offer degree study in sport. We have a large number of different athletes studying at the University of West Indies that can assist you with anything that you would like to know about what. Well, they are participating in sport and they are studying sport programs as well, like sport kinetics and also to sports management and other sport coaching as different types of sporting careers. Our degree programs would last for 3 years most times. If you're studying in medicine, you're doing a program like nursing, it's a 4-year degree program. You're doing optometry, you study for 4 years. If you're doing pharmacy, you do 4 years as well. If you're doing medicine, you do medicine and surgery, you study for 5 years. And then somebody wanting to become a dentist will study for 5 years. And someone wanting to become a vet will study for 5 years as well. All the other programs are 3 years long, right? All the others are 3 years. They are degree programs are 3 years. Qualification to the degree programs are based on a combination of a minimum of 5 CSEC passes, including English and mathematics. If you're doing some specific areas require specific subjects, you would do specific subjects like chemistry and physics for engineering. You would choose VAPA subjects or languages if you're going into humanities and education. You will choose sciences for food and agriculture, for science and technology, for medical sciences as well. You choose the sciences. For the areas like law and sport and social sciences, believe it or not, you don't have to choose any specific subjects. You just have to have a minimum of 5 CSEC passes, and for those and those areas, every one of our programs require mathematics and English. When you finish Form 5, you have the option, like some of the students, if you're attending schools like Rio Clara West, Princestown West, St. Stephen's, Cohen Hamilton, you will, and you're in Form 6, you're doing CAPE. CAPE is a qualification you could do after Form 5. Some students that have not yet reached to Form 6 yet, if you don't want to do Form 6, you could do a certificate program or a diploma program, or you could do another, something like an associate degree, right? Each one of those qualifications must be a minimum of 1 year long. It should be related to what you want to study. Okay, so those are some of the things that we normally share with the students that attend the career fair. One of the things I want to highlight is you can visit us online just by Googling UWI St. Augustine. If you're checking us out on Facebook, you should, or on social media, I should say, you go at UWI St. Augustine. That would be the best way to be able to find us on Twitter, on Facebook, or Instagram. We are not yet on Snapchat or on TikTok. And persons will be able to find us on social media again at UWI St. Augustine. And that's it from me. Any questions that can be posed, I'd be willing to answer immediately. Right? Not seeing that they will have any of them right now. I know we live on YouTube. Any mediators here that will be allowing persons to ask the questions that we could answer immediately?
Mr. Bradshaw, good morning.
Morning.
Yes, we have a question for you.
Uh-huh.
How has the COVID-19 virus affected the way in which the campus operates at this time?
Okay, very good question. It is exactly like what has happened in high school, in secondary school, primary schools, and early childhood education centers. We are closed, no students on campus. We have only some employees coming in on rotation to work. Like right now, I am at work today. I work on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday out of the office. All our classes are online presently. When the pandemic is brought under control, I do think we will move back to face-to-face, most likely, possibly a mixture of face-to-face with online, right? But all our application procedure is still online, completely online. You cannot visit the campus, so we put the whole thing online. It has right now the place is like a ghost town, a massive, big 500-acre place, wide open spaces, very boring right now. Sorry. But thanks for that question.
Yes, we definitely look forward to the human interaction that we are accustomed to, but we have to work with what we have.
Yes.
Could you tell us the average cost of the first degree at the University of the West Indies?
Okay, now the degree programs vary according to what you want to study. I could tell you this. I could give you the breakdown like this. Persons wanting to study in the business areas, in behavioral sciences like psychology, sociology, criminology, and criminal justice, that kind of stuff, right? Those are $12,000 a year for persons wanting to study in the humanities, well, the VAPA areas, the language areas, history, communication studies, theology, that kind of stuff, philosophy. Those are also $12,000 a year. The persons that want to do stuff like law, 13,000, well, basically $14,000 a year. For engineering, $18,000 a year. For science and technology, that's computer science, IT, biology, chemistry, physics, life sciences, all those types of areas, $12,600 a year. For food and agriculture, geography, environmental and natural resource management, etc., those are $12,600 a year. For the, okay, and for sport, $21,500 a year. And for medicine, the programs start with pharmacy being the lowest cost, is $21,000 a year for pharmacy for 4 years. And all the other programs are more expensive. After that, nursing is a little more. Then you move up to medicine and surgery, then dentistry and veterinary medicine, and then optometry. Optometry is the most expensive program. All of these programs are GATE approved, other than the sports programs. The sports programs are not GATE approved.
Mr. Bradshaw, for the student who is thinking about coming into UE, or is thinking about engaging him or herself in tertiary education, do you have any advice to them at this time?
That would be a question I'd have loved to have one of the students that is with me answer. Is it possible for us to switch to one of the students to answer that question?
Sure, go right ahead.
Willette or Ariana, y'all want to come on? I'm taking off my video. Wondering if they're there.
Hello, let me see if this.
Right.
Okay. Hi.
Hi, Mr. Kumar.
Hi, could you repeat the question, please?
For students who are thinking about attending the University of the West Indies, what advice would you give them? First-time students.
Okay, given as first-time students, I would give them and will tell them that obviously COVID, there comes a change with that, right? So you will need to have that level of discipline, self-discipline to really navigate throughout your studies. So all in all, you must remember that even though times are tough right now, you must stay focused. You must remember your dream and goal, why you're coming to the university to get whatever area you're studying in, because yeah, this COVID really truly made a whole huge impact, especially on the university and the way it delivers its messages and courses. So I would just tell them that, you know, to remember your purpose and to have that self-discipline. I don't know if Ariana
Thank you. Mr. Bradshaw, we have another question.
Yes.
Students are asking about the enrollment qualifications. Do we need CAPE subjects, or is CSEC subject satisfactory at this time?
Okay, only the nursing program allows persons to enter directly from CSEC to the university, okay? The way I put it is like this, right? Look at my hands, right? This hand is If you could see it, this hand is CSEC, right? And this hand is the degree program in the university, right? To get to the two, you need a bridge, right?
Yeah.
The bridge to move away from CSEC to get to the degree. The bridge could be one of many different types of things. You could use CAPE as one option, right? It is not compulsory that you do CAPE. As you think, I think a lot of people believe it's something that you must do that is compulsory, right? CAPE is just one option. You can do a certificate or a diploma, which is post-secondary in nature and a minimum of 1 year long, right? Or you can do, what call it? You can do an associate degree, like let's say for law, there's an associate degree in paralegal studies that students can use to enter the faculty of law. Gives you a lot of deep study in law for you to be able to have a qualification allows you to work, but also to that paralegal studies associate degree would allow you to be able to enter directly into the faculty of law and do the law degree in 2 years, okay? That's just some of the options we have. We have pre-university programs, like we have a pre-science program at the university that allows you to study advanced level science in 1 year. When you leave Form 5, you come to the UWI, you do the pre-science program for 1 year. It is not a degree program, right? It is a 1 year study in advanced level science, which is equivalent to CAPE, right? And then you move on to a degree. You could use that pre-science program to move on to a degree in food and agriculture, in engineering, in medicine, or in science and technology, right? So again, you could, once you leave in CSEC behind, right, CSEC here, you use your bridge, right, which is either CAPE or a certificate or a diploma or associate degree, and that bridge carries you to the degree, right? It carries you to the degree. One of those 4 qualifications will carry you to the degree. A pre-university program, CAPE, or a certificate or a diploma.
Thank you, sir. Final question for today. Does UE offer any non-academic courses?
Yes, we do. We have at the certificate, the Center for Language Learning. This is just one area, right? You could do multiple different languages at conversational level. If you could do them if you're a student registered in any degree program, or you could do them as a member of the general public, right? Also, too, we have sign language and interpreting as another option of what you could do. We have basic science courses. We have a photography course at the St. Augustine campus, right? We have those types of programs. The open campus of the University of the West Indies normally is the venue that most people go to if they want to do short course programs, right? That is you can check them out online at UWI Open Campus, okay?
Okay, thank you, sir. One more today. I know I said the last one, but just one more. We are noting that the TTHI has been closed and they previously offered a culinary arts program.
Right.
Is it a possibility that such a program will be offered at the University of the West Indies?
No. The equivalent programs are being offered currently at the Tobago Hospitality and Tourism Institute in Mount George and Tobago, right? So culinary arts and that kind of stuff, you could do them at Tobago Hospitality and Tourism Institute in Tobago. You could Google them, THTI in Tobago, and you will be able to get the information.
And another question for you. A student wants to know your opinion about the marine biology degree at UE and how much would it cost?
Okay, we know the marine biology program is now offered at the Mona campus in Jamaica only. Okay, it's no longer offered at the St. Augustine campus. As of September 2020, it's no longer offered at the St. Augustine campus. The program at the Mona campus, I do believe the tuition cost is $19,500 TT dollars a year. And then you have to manage accommodation, airfare, and those types of things, right? But I do think it's a very good course, a very good program with a lot of options to being able to move on to multiple different areas of study, and also to careers based on understanding marine biology and marine biology applications in the Caribbean.
A student seems to be a bit unclear still. She's asking if she can start UE in the same year that she writes CSEC exams.
No.
So could you?
No. If she's going into, when she's in Form 5, she must have CSEC passes as one part of her qualification, right? You must have a minimum 5 CSEC passes, including maths and English, and you must have that certified, right, as having it in your hand. You apply before you write the exams. It's just like SCA, right? Remember, for SCA, you put the schools that you're hopeful to go to down, and then you write the exam. You get the results, and it tells you which school you passed for. We do the same thing. You do your application, you write your exams, and then we tell you, based on when you provide us with the results, we tell you if you entered into the program or not, right? That's how it works. But if it depends on what she wants to write. If she wants to come into nursing, she could come immediately after she has completed CSEC exams in Form 5. If it's something else she wants to do, she has to have both CSEC results and any one of these. Remember, when you reach the CSEC, right? CSEC is just one part. You need to jump on a bridge. The bridge is either CAPE or a certificate or a diploma or an associate degree, right? Any one of those 4. And when it is you finish those, you move into the degree program, okay?
Mr. Bradford, sure, there seems to be no further questions at this time.
Okay.
So I take this opportunity to say thank you for your presentation that was both relevant and interesting. And I look forward to our continued relationship. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Just want to give a little plug. The University of West Indies, we have open house activity going on online, virtual open house activity. I will put my email address in the chat so that you'll be able to see it. Students can email me to get information about when it is and what we have going on, so that they could log on from home and see and find out everything about the University of West Indies. We started on Wednesday and we're continuing all the way through May, right, and even into June. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Do have a lovely day.
You too. Take care.
Bye.
Bye.
Good afternoon, everyone. At this point, we have 2 representatives from Custard. We have Marvin Pollard and Cindy Morris, and they are going to conduct this session. Personally, I want to say I was a student at Custard, and they offer very interesting programs, and the experience has been good. So, Mr. Marvin and Cindy, you can go ahead and present.
Hi, good day. My name is Marvin Pollard. Thanks for having me. I am accompanied today by Ms. Cindy Morris. We are both admissions counselors at COSTAT. If you'd allow me, I will share my screen to start the presentation. You'll let me know if you're seeing my screen, right? Are you all seeing the presentation?
Yes, we are.
Okay, so like I said, my name is Marvin Pillard. I'm an admissions counselor at the South Campus. Today I'm joined with Miss Sydney Morris. She's also an admissions counselor, right? Who are we? We are COSTAT. All right, COSTAT is the College of Science, Technology, and Applied Arts of Trinidad and Tobago. We are a tertiary institution and the only community college in Trinidad and Tobago. We offer undergraduate courses, for example, associate and bachelor degrees and diplomas, some certificates as well. All right. We also do some workshops from time to time, primarily in our short semester. Things to consider when choosing a career. You need to consider your interests, things that interest you the most, what is most important to you as a person. You need to consider your skills. I don't know if you all would have done some soul searching or even some form of an assessment to find out what are your skills. We also need to consider when choosing our career, the qualifications required to enter the field, right? And ask questions, will it require additional education or training? And once you start to consider these things, you then need to take the further step and ask at which institutions in Trinidad and Tobago or beyond can I do my education or training in order to get me the skills necessary to be proficient for that career. You also need to look at the current demand for the field, whichever field you're interested in. You also need to do volunteering or internships, or at least in the case of COSTAT, those things are built into our degree program, so it will give you a little bit of an advantage before you enter the field of work. You also need to consider location and compensation, right? What are employers looking for? Employers are looking for communication skills, both written and verbal. We are looking for honesty, technical competencies, especially in this virtual world that we all live in today. You're looking at your work ethic and your problem-solving skills. Employers also look for teamwork, right? And your ability to work in harmony with co-workers. You all would have done some sort of a group exercise in classes. And I like to look at that as the start of your training in teamwork, right? That can be difficult at times, but we have to learn to roll with the punches, so to speak. Employers also look for flexibility, initiative, whether you're eager or willing to add to the knowledge base and skills of the current
Students, thanks for bearing with us. Our next presenter is Mr. Keegan Singer, and he is from Caribbean Fisheries Training Center in Trinidad and Tobago. The Caribbean Fisheries Training and Development Institute was established in 1974 as a regional venture between the governments of Trinidad and Tobago, Barbados, and Guyana. In 1983, Barbados and Guyana opted out of the arrangement, and the institute, although operating as a national institute under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries, has continued to serve the region. Nestled in the lush Chagaramas Valley, Surrey, the institute is located on 2 compounds. The vision of the institute: to be recognized leader in developing and promoting sustainable career in fisheries and related disciplines in the region. The mission statement: to facilitate research and development, provide accredited technology-driven training and related service for fisheries, seafarers, and other stakeholders in accordance with international standards, in harmony with the environment, in the context of sustaining a viable fisheries industry. Welcome, sir.
Hi, good day to all the participants. We'd just like to say first and foremost thanks for the opportunity to showcase CFTDI here today as an option. I know all the young people are here today probably pondering their current decisions and within the theme of the event, looking forward to a brighter future. We want to offer some options. So my name is Gabriel Wales. I am an assistant projects coordinator here at CFTDI. I'd just like to introduce my panel. So to my right, we have Mr. Keegan Slinger. He's the manager of community and outreach. And to my left, we have a representative from the training and curriculum development department. And they will be here to answer any questions you all may think of. We have a short video presentation that we're going to show shortly. So feel free, think about your questions, and we'll run the video, and you all get back to us and let us know what you think about CFTDI.
The Caribbean Fisheries Training and Development Institute provides training for personnel involved in the fishing and maritime sectors. At the CFTDI, we recognize that skills development brings empowerment. So we have invested considerable resources in providing quality training for fishers at every level of the industry. Interested persons can explore courses in seafood processing technology, basic navigation and sea survival techniques, marine engineering, and fishing gear technology. Within each of these major categories lies a range of career opportunities that are often overlooked. Let's deal first with fish processing, building entrepreneurs in coastal communities. Fish processing is the set of methods and techniques used to transform fish that have been harvested from the sea into food. Fish processing consists of fish handling and preparation. Fish handling involves acts such as butchering, washing, and icing of the catch. Preparation is the act of preparing attractive, marketable, and often long shelf-life fishery products. This involves the preparation of products into various market forms, heating, and various other processes. At the CFTDI, we have an on-site fish processing unit that is designed according to HACCP specifications and comprises a receiving area, processing hall, test kitchen, product development room, packaging room, smoking area, sensory evaluation room, equipment storage, and fish shop. Fish product cycle. The cycle begins when fish is landed aboard the vessel and continues through to receiving, primary processing, further processing, packaging and storage, and the sales. Fish processing as a career can be quite lucrative. The career pathway in this sector leads to many professional and occupational possibilities. Here now is a quick look at some of the opportunities within the fish processing sector.
Ladies and gentlemen, good day. My name is Captain Ronald Wild, and I'm one of the instructors here at Caribbean Fisheries Training and Development Institute. I spent 30 years working at sea in many beautiful places around this world. At this facility, we provide people with an opportunity to enter the maritime industry. It can be an excellent way to make a living and is both financially and fundamentally rewarding.
In order to be employable for any job at sea, an individual must first undergo basic safety training. This is the most popular course that we present at the CFTDI, and it is recognized internationally because it conforms to the requirements of the STCW 95 Convention. People who are already employed in the maritime sector return to the Institute to further their education in order to move up the ladder.
The offshore industry in this country provides employment aboard ferries, fishing vessels, tugs, supply vessels, yachts, cruise ships, and more. As a seafarer develops their skills and gains knowledge, their responsibilities and their paychecks grow. The captain of an LNG tanker, for example, earns $250,000 US for just over 4 months of work per year.
Basic safety training will soon be mandatory for fishers and fishing vessel personnel in TNT. Therefore, you should come on down to the training center now so that we can steer you towards a safe and productive future in the fishing sector. Marine engineering. Marine engineering is a discipline concerned with the machinery and systems of ships, other maritime craft, and structure. Marine engineers make sure all systems work properly, such as propulsion, auxiliary machinery, and electrical systems. Engineer career paths: oiler, motorman, third engineer, second engineer, chief engineer. Here now is a list of requirements for different positions in the marine engineering sector. Further career paths include welders, fitters, plumbers, refrigeration technicians, and marine electricians. Fishing gear technology. Fishing gear technology involves the design, construction, and operation of fishing gear, and includes the tools with which aquatic resources are captured, as well as fishing methods that show how the gear is to be used. If you desire to pursue a career as a gear technologist, you will need to fulfill the following requirements. Some of the areas covered in the fishing gear course include basic rope work, pelagic longline, demersal longline, drop line, and fish pots. Fish aggregating devices. Fish are fascinated with floating objects. They aggregate in considerable numbers around objects such as drifting logs, rafts, jellyfish, and floating seaweed. The objects appear to provide a visual stimulus in an optical void and offer some protection for juvenile fish from predators. The gathering of juvenile fish attracts larger predator fish. If you love the sea and would love to learn more about it, the CFTDI can definitely steer you in the right direction.
Yeah, I'm Nathan Charles here at the CFTDI, doing a course in marine engineering. I must say that the experience I have here is a very pleasant one. The institute actually has a large number of courses in which to choose from, most being short courses. The course that I am doing presently is an 8-week course in marine engineering. I must say hats off to the tutors. The tutor has a large reservoir of information. I plan to take the experience from this back to my field of work, into the marine field, and advance myself to a higher level.
The correct aptitude and attitude towards disciplines involved in the sector leads to upward mobility.
Hi, my name is Natasha Balu. I'm presently doing a fish processing course. Currently, I'm employed with the Seafood Industry Development Company. I'm in the Quality Control Department. And I must say the past 4 days with the program has been quite interesting. The course was quite informative. I've learned a lot of new stuff. Also, I've gained a lot of hands-on experience, which will be useful later on in life when I want to open my own business.
Historically, fishing has been considered a low-class occupation, but that is far from the truth, for it enhances socio-economic development and provides attractive remuneration. Fishing is an important profession which assists in ensuring food security for the nation, and it is time that it is recognized as a noble profession in TNT.
Okay, I hope everyone enjoyed the video. It shared a wide range of career choices within the video. I hope everyone is now pondering and seeing somewhere where you could fit into the whole picture. From a maritime perspective, well, as we know, Trinidad and Tobago is an island. We are primarily an oil and gas based industry. So we have a lot of offshore work. So the main training in order to go offshore is the basic training, more commonly known as the pre-C. So we offer the pre-C at CFTDI as well. From an agricultural perspective, if you want to talk about fish processing, we also have courses based on fish processing, fish technology, proper handling of fish, salting, smoking, curing, anything along those lines. You can come to CFTDI. So at this point, we want to open the floor for any questions or comments.
Students, if you have any question, this is the right time to ask, please.
While we wait for questions, we would just want to expand a bit. So we currently facing a global pandemic where there's a lot of job insecurity. So normally young people tend to spawn jobs within the maritime industry, the marine industry. They just see it as, you know, a fisherman on a boat. But we want to encourage persons to broaden their perspectives, and even along the lines of entrepreneurship, we are going back into the realm of trades being important. So we want to give people the right tools, the right information to be efficient in any enterprise that would fall into the remit of the maritime industry and the marine industry. So we have a wide range of training courses. You could contact us via any social media platform. So we are on Facebook, Caribbean Fisheries Training and Development Institute. You could also simply Google CFTDI, which is our acronym, and all of our social media platforms will pop up there. We have our website as well. To the back of us, you'll see our phone number if you want to speak to someone in person. Any questions here?
No, sir. Apparently, the students are shy. So we'll get back to you or we'll message you, right? If they have any questions or if anybody are interested and they want to know a little more information, we are seeing the website in the back of you there, also the number. So, sir, I just want to say on behalf of Southeastern Education District, I want to tell you all thanks for the 3 days. I can know it has been 3 days you all have been with us, and we appreciate it a lot. May God continue to bless and keep you all to continue doing what you are doing, and have a blessed day, and you all take care. Bye.
Most welcome, and thanks again for the opportunity.
Okay, so thank you.
Good morning, good afternoon, students, forgive me. Next, we have a representative from USC. And a little bit about USC at a glance. According to their website, they are one of the oldest tertiary institutions in the Southern Caribbean. USC prides itself in offering a holistic education in a safe, serene, and green environment. With over 3,500 students, a low student-to-faculty ratio, and professors that care. They allow students to build genuine friendships and careers. So I will introduce the representative to you, Mr. Lyndon Simmons from USC. Mr. Simmons. As we await Mr. Simmons' presentation, we will have a short video.
Sometimes you need to get knocked down before you can really figure out what your fight is and how you need to fight it. Sometimes you need to feel the pain and sting of defeat to activate the real passion and purpose that God predestined inside of you. God says in Jeremiah, I know the plans I have for you. Plans to prosper you and not to harm you. Plans to give you hope and a future. Hear me well on this day. This day when you have reached the hilltop and you are deciding on next jobs, next steps, careers, further education. You would rather find purpose than a job or a career. Purpose crosses disciplines. Purpose is an essential element of you. It is the reason you are on the planet at this particular time in history. Your very existence is wrapped up in the things you are here to fulfill. Whatever you choose for a career path, remember the struggles along the way are only meant to shape you for your purpose. When God has something for you, it doesn't matter who stands against it. If it's meant for you, God will move someone that's holding you back away from a door and put someone there who will open it for you. I don't know what your future is.
Mr. Simmons, feel free to start your presentation.
All right, where the main campus is housed. So basically, you have that option. Then you have the option of the South Center, South Campus, which is on Leotard Street in San Fernando, and then we have our final campus in Tobago in Rocky Vale. Right. So the whole goal and the idea is to prepare you, the individual, to be ready for the world of work and to be able to be successful as it relates to going into that area. And so, of course, the University of the Southern Caribbean, we offer over 30-degree undergrad programs, graduate programs, short courses, and seminars. And these programs fall within 5 academic schools that we are going to go through at this point in time. So perhaps you are in the field, you are passionate about something in business. Of course, the University of the Southern Caribbean, we have a Bachelor of Science in Accounting, a Bachelor of Science in Economics, a Bachelor of Business Administration and Finance, a Bachelor of Business Administration in Hospitality and Tourism Management, a Bachelor of Business Administration in Human Resource Management, a Bachelor of Business Administration in Management, and a Bachelor of Business Administration in Marketing. All right. So persons who are looking to get into this area, the entry requirements are just basically 5 CSEC passes, Math, English, English A, and any other three CXC passes. All right. The School of Education and Humanities. All right. These are degrees that we offer. The Associate of Arts and Music, that program is not GATE approved. The Bachelor of Science in Early Childhood Education, that program is also not GATE approved. The Bachelor of Arts in English, the Bachelor of Arts in Music, which is not GATE approved, and the Bachelor of Education in Primary Education. All right. In order to become a teacher, anything in the teaching field, you are required to have Math, English A, and a Science. A Science can be any science, natural sciences, that be chemistry, physics, biology, or HSB, or agri-science, integrated science, clothing and textiles, now science and foods. All right. So I would advise that once you are ready, once you would have already attained your CSEC qualification, your passes, you go right into the Ministry of Education, you sign up for your teacher's registration number. So within the School of Education as well, we have people who want to become journalists. If you want to become journalists, etc., that's the BA in English, you'll have to do that. While we do not have natural law, we have the opportunity for law as well. You can either do a Bachelor of Arts in English or history. Of course, history is not offered September coming. All right, but that's an option that you also have. Then, of course, we have the School of Science, Technology, and Allied Health. Science, Technology, and Allied Health, that's the third school. We have here the Associate of Science in Computer Information Systems, the Associate of Science in Pre-Medical Studies, that program is not GATE approved, the Bachelor of Science in Biology, the Bachelor of Science in Computing, the Bachelor of Science in Family and Consumer Sciences, the Bachelor of Science in Nursing, the Bachelor of Science in Nutrition and Dietetics, and the Nutrition and Dietetics program is not GATE approved as well. Now, in order for you to do the pre-medical studies, that's a 2-year program, you must have Math, English A, grades 1, 2, or 3. You must also have biology, chemistry, and physics, right? And you must have only grade 1s in those areas. If you do not have grade 1s, you will not qualify for that program. For persons who are desirous of also doing medicines, becoming zoologists, dentists, vets, etc., we have the Bachelor of Science in Biology. In order to do the degree there in that area, you are required to have Math, English A, Chemistry, Physics, and Biology. Biology, you can have grade 1 or grade 12. In the sciences, you must have grades 1 or 2. If you have grade 3s, you can get accepted, but the catch to that is, if you have grade 3s in the sciences areas, while this program is GATE approved, the government of Trinidad and Tobago on the GATE will not cover your prelim programs. And if you have a grade 3, they will put you on prelim programs. So if you have grade 3 in all 3 sciences, you're going to have to do a part 1 and a part 2 in biology and chemistry, and a part 1 in physics. That means you'll have to pay $1,500 by 5. All right, you don't want to do that. You want to save your money, so ensure that if you're looking to get into medicine, that you have grade 1s or grade 2s. The computing, you must have Math, English. If you have IT, it would be a plus, but you don't necessarily have to have it per se. But if you have it, it would be a plus for you. Family and Consumer Sciences, that's the degree if you want to become a chef, you want to open your own business, etc. You require to have mathematics, English A, and if you have foods, will also be a plus for you. All right. The Bachelor of Science in Nursing, you will require to have English A and mathematics and any other 3 CXC passes or more. All right. And the Bachelor of Science in Nutrition and Dietetics, Math, English, and any other 3 CXC passes. The School of Social Sciences. Again, there's a certificate in paralegal studies, and that's also if you want to get into law, you can do this certificate. It will help you. It will lay the platform for you. This program, this certificate program, is not GATE approved. All right, and in order to do that, you just have to have 5 CSEC passes, English A and any other 4 CSEC passes. If you want to become a soldier, army man, army woman, anything in the protective service, fire, police, Coast Guard, most of the students come to do the Bachelor of Science in Behavioral Sciences to get into there. It simply means that doing a degree in behavioral sciences, you will go in as a ranked officer as opposed to an unranked officer. A ranked officer gets way more money and is positioned in a very strategic position in terms of higher up the ranks. All right. So that's for persons who want to get into that area. You can do the Bachelor of Science in Behavioral Sciences. The Bachelor of Science in Criminology and Criminal Justice, that's for persons who want to get into CSI, those type of anything with criminal elements, detectives, etc., etc. You can do that degree. Of course, that degree is not gate approved. You can also do a Bachelor of Science in Psychology or a Bachelor of Science in Social Work. Any of those areas will do if you want to get into the protective services, or perhaps psychology, social work, psychology in particular if you want to become a guidance officer, if you want to become a social worker, social work, etc. All right. In this area, all you're required to have is 5 CSEC passes, English, and any other 4 CXC passes. All right. Now, while I did not say you must have math, it is always in your best interest to have math to get a full certificate coming out from secondary school. All right, that could be a plus for you, because if everybody's coming with a degree, sometimes what employers do, they ask you for your CSEC results. Then, of course, we have the School of Theology and Religion. You want to become a pastor, you want to become a Bible worker, a chaplain, etc. You have to do a degree. And we have 2 in this area. We have a Bachelor of Art in Theology, and we have a Bachelor of Art in Religion. Now, the Bachelor of Art in Religion is not gate approved, and in order to get in any one of these programs, 5 CSEC passes, English, and any other 4 CXC passes. So basically, in order to get into USC, you must have 5 CSEC passes, in most cases, English A and mathematics, with the exception of those specific programs that I just mentioned a while ago there. All right. Basically, we have 2 intakes. We have one in January, which is the second semester, and one in September. September is the first semester. All right. And students who are writing exams at the moment, you can now apply for the semester intake, even though that you don't have your CSEC results. When you go up on our website, everything is online at the moment. So it simply means that you just have to click, and when you're filling out the application form, you just have to put it when they're asking you for your results, put pending. You can put June 2021 pending results, right? It should also be noted that the nursing program is only offered in September. So if you're looking to do the nursing program, please ensure that you sign up as soon as possible. Even though you are writing exam, as I just said, you can still sign up so that you have a foot in the door and you have that space for you. Turn your attention to the screen and just have a short video presentation. All right, so that was a campus tour of the University of the Southern Caribbean and some of the activities that we do. Now, you might be asking the question, why choose USC? You can know that the USC, we have 4 pillars. We are culturally diverse. All right, so we have a cultural diversity population, diverse population. And so what you find happening is that because we have people from all over the world studying at USC, you have a number of cultures intermingling. So we have a rich culture at USC's campus. We have a bunch of intellectual, curious people, right? So one of our pillars are intellectual curiosity. We believe in moral integrity. For the world today, people must be moral, they must have integrity, and that's what employers look for today. And then, of course, spiritual nature. We believe in a holistic education of educating the head, the heart, and the hand. All right, so those are some of the reasons why you can choose the University of the Southern Caribbean. Now you can contact us via phone. The numbers are there on the screen, 614-4872, or you can go up on our website. It's usc.edu.tt. You can visit our website, browse the website. You will find all the information there. Or if you have any questions that you would want answered, you can email us at info@usc.edu.tt. You can also follow us on social media. On our Facebook account, we have it's facebook.com/USCTT. And on Instagram, we are instagram.com/USCTT. So I thank you so very kindly for the opportunity to present this very short, concise presentation. And at this time, I will take your questions if there are any.
Okay, yes, Mr. Simmons. With respect to the food department, with closure of TTHI, have you all included programs that may have absorbed students would have been displaced at TTHI, and even for students who are currently pursuing food and nutrition, what is their alternative at your institution?
All right. Thank you for that question. All right. So no, we have not brought on any additional courses. Now, in order to bring on additional courses, that's a very tedious process. And at this point in time, GATE will not be funding any new programs at this point because of the strictness for cash at this point in time. But in terms of USC has as I said, the food degree, which is the Family and Consumer Sciences, as well as there is the Bachelor of Science in Nutrition and Dietetics. Those are the only two options we have for persons who are desirous of doing anything in the food industry. Outside of that, we have in the School of Business the Bachelor of Business Administration in Hospitality and Tourism Management, but I must admit that that degree is not so much along the line of foods, it's more along the line of hospitality and tourism management in the business aspect. But if you really want to get hands-on, doing things with your hands and becoming a chef per se, that will either be the Family and Consumer Sciences or the Nutrition and Dietetics program.
All right, thank you, Mr. Simmons. Next question, do you all offer any bursaries to students?
All right, so not really. We offer a few scholarships, but in order for you to receive a scholarship, you have to be within the program. So for example, we have some of our alumni, like the North America chapter of the University of the Southern Caribbean, USC. Those are persons who would have studied in USC some years ago. They are filthy rich people. They have their association, and what they do, they provide scholarships for students. But of course, you must have at least done a semester, and in order for you to be considered to be part of that scholarship program, you must be you must be performing academically well. So your GPA has to be above 3.0. Outside of that, we have a work study program. So like, for example, if you're coming onto the campus and you are in need of financial aid, you can study and work. But of course, while you're studying, it's not that you will be working to have money to spend. The monies will be going toward your tuition and books, etc., etc. Right? So those are the two major opportunities we have in terms of bursaries and that kind of thing.
Thank you, Mr. Simmons, for being with us for the past 3 days, your representatives who would have been us on behalf of Southeastern Education District Career Committee. We'd like to thank you for being with us, and you can extend thanks to your institution as well. It was a pleasure having you here for the information you would have provided to our students. And even for us as adults who are on, we are learning as we go along. So thank you once again.
Thank you for having us.
Okay, students, so we are going to have a short break. If you have been sitting at the computer for a while, you can stretch, all right? Rest your eyes. There's a 20-20-20 rule. Every 20 minutes, you look away from your computer screen for 20 seconds for a distance of 20 feet away, all right? To an object 20 feet away. So take a short break, have a little water, stretch, and we will be back with you in about 5 minutes.
Find something you love to do. Do it every day. Be obsessed. Balance can come later. Use your imagination. Put pen to paper. Declare your intentions. Set small goals. Knock them off, set more goals.
You have a lot of potential as a child, but none of that is capable of manifesting itself as freedom before you become disciplined.
Build confidence. Grow a deep belief. Outwork people. Play the long game. You don't have to be the chosen one. The secret is to build the resolve and spirit to enjoy the plateaus.
Okay, we are back. So let me introduce representatives from UTT. We have Mr. Hinkson with us, Mr. Hunt, and Mr. Pritchard. They will tell us, good afternoon. They will tell us about the programs that are being offered at UTT at this point in time. So Mr. Hunt, the floor is yours.
Right, so welcome everybody. Again, welcome to the University of Trinidad and Tobago session of this virtual career fair, right? We are pleased to be here today. I have with me two wonderful persons who will share a little more insight into some of our programs. I have with me Dr. Andrew Hunt, who is the Associate Professor in Mathematics at the university, as well as Mr. Ian Pritchard, who is the Senior Manager of Sport and Recreation at the university. So I will start with Dr. Hunt today. Dr. Hunt, you have some great news to share with these kids today?
Yes, hi everyone. I always have good news to share. I want to congratulate you firstly for taking the time off to attend this career fair, because it just shows that you really want to autograph your life with excellence. So I commend you, I commend the organizers, and we have some really good stuff we want to share with you. As you can see, the whole financial crisis in the world is taking place. However, you have to make good decisions with regard to whatever career you choose. Hopefully, UTT has something that is of interest to you, and we will surely welcome you. As you can see, we are a multifaceted institution. We have several campuses, and we also offer a wide cadre of programs. So it starts all the way in education, the very academic, as if you want to be a teacher, you can attend UTT in education, and then we go into the more STEM-related fields such as science, technology, engineering, mathematics, and I wouldn't just say STEM, there's a new letter they add in, an A, so it's STEAM, because UTT offers a wealth of programs in performing arts. And this is not just geared towards musical performances and so on. We have a striving fashion program. So those of you who are doing clothing and textile in school, this is and you have a good eye, artistic, this is an excellent program. We have animation. So those of you who like to do all those cartoon drawings, we have an excellent program that can fit your needs. And we also have one of the best highlights. Hidden Secrets is our sports program. It's excellent. Some of the top Olympic athletes, they attended UTT, or they have now coaches at UTT. So if you're really good in athletics, this is a good place to go. Before I say any more, I think, Oron, you have those videos set up for us to go?
Yes, I do. So let me share it with you one time.
Right, so we have a first upcoming video which will showcase to you various things that UTT have to offer in a capsule, and after that, I'll talk to you again about a new program we instituted called Proficiency Diagnostic Assessment. So folks, just enjoy as we have the video prepared for you.
University of Trinidad and Tobago provides education which is designed to equip individuals to be future leaders and captains of industry. From science and technology to education, the arts, sports and security, UTT is the place where your dreams are transformed into reality.
We look at the possibilities and well, it is untapped.
Interest is growing among future professionals as to the role of tertiary education in national development. Postgraduate programs in carnival studies, health administration, entrepreneurship and environmental science and management, among others, play a pivotal role in preserving culture, positively impacting healthcare delivery, entrepreneurial endeavors, and the environment. UTT's students are not only exposed to academic instruction, but many take the time to fully immerse themselves in sport, music, art, and other fun and engaging leisure activities.
Not just academic enhancement, but also your holistic development.
Students are exposed to the co-op program where industry experience is gained, and students are work ready upon graduation from the university.
Seeing some of our students speaking to the professionals there and using the language and understanding some of the concepts was really, really mind-blowing for me.
Building these skills requires the experience, commitment, and ability of staff to inspire and lead the student body.
Preservation and innovation in the area of culture and the arts have always been the hallmarks of a vibrant and thriving society. So for me and for the team, the faculty that works here at the Academy, those two roles are of key importance.
Every individual in the faculty is very focused on helping you develop as an individual.
Maritime studies, performing arts, fashion, food science and technology, sport, public safety, and agriculture are all important sectors in Trinidad and Tobago's diversification thrust. UTT brings the best resources and a dedicated cadre of professors and lecturers who continue to prioritize tertiary education within Trinidad and Tobago.
The knowledge that I've gathered is tremendous.
As the national university, UTT will continue to provide quality education for sustainable national growth.
Dr. Hunt, I think you're still muted.
You see, you have a lot of programs that they talked about, and I didn't mention earlier agriculture. This is one of our best programs I can tell you about. It is really great. As you know, with national development, which is the trust of the government now, given the restrictions with COVID-19 and so on, and how it's affected the economy. So agriculture is an excellent program to go into. There are a lot of jobs. Those who want to go into veterinary science, you can begin your career there at the ECIAP campus, where you can do a diploma in animal production and various parts of farming that can suit you, right? Now, we all know about COVID-19 and the effect it has on the offering of CSEC examinations. And last year, exams were held during a later period, June to July. Now, the same thing is happening again this year, and usually you will get your results at the end of September. A big dilemma for a lot of students is that they felt as though, what's going on? My whole career path is just pushed back. I can't start school because I don't have my CSEC results. Well, to answer that, the University of Trinidad and Tobago has created a program called Proficiency Diagnostic Assessment. It has a lot of benefits. Firstly, it will help you brush up on your skills while you prepare to study for your exams, especially in math. I'm a math professor, and I know a lot of students, they don't like math, but if you come to UTT, you'll have fun in my class. I can trust that with you. But some persons, they never really got over the math from secondary school, and some of you have issues with English. So what we have prepared is this diagnostic assessment. So don't get carried away by it. When I mean diagnostic, it's really to see what you know, and it's tailored specifically to you. So what errors you got in the first quiz, it will tailor the rest of the course to help you brush up on those things so that you can excel. Now, when you do the proficiency diagnostic assessment called the PDA, it allows you provisional entry into UTT. Doesn't that sound like a deal? So when some of your friends who might be home wondering what to do, you took up the challenge and you did the PDA, and once you wrote the correct CSEC subjects for your program of choice, you will gain entry into UTT, provisional entry. Doesn't that sound like a great deal? And you are in UTT, and then your results come out, and then you will get your full acceptance. Now, the PDA is open from May 1st and it's just a minimal cost of $200. We offer specialized scholarships, we want to call it, to students from various schools. Once their principals reach out to us, we can assist and get a sponsor to make sure you do your PDA. So I want you to take hold of this opportunity. And before I say any further, let's watch that video which talks about the proficiency diagnostic assessment.
Through its Proficiency Diagnostic Assessment or PDA, the University of Trinidad and Tobago offers provisional acceptance to students who are either writing CSEC examinations or awaiting CSEC results.
The PDA is designed for persons who are gaining entry into UTT certificates, diplomas, and bachelors of education, and then the Bachelor of Fine Arts. Now, when I refer to certificates and diplomas, it will be all certificates and all diploma programs throughout UTT, but specifically for the Bachelors of Education and the Bachelors of Fine Arts, because these programs, the minimum entry requirements will be CSEC passes. Now, the process for applying for the PDA at UTT has two streams. Firstly, students can go directly based on their application, whereby they must submit an application online, and then they are assessed, and if they are waiting results, they will be assigned to the PDA. It is also opened to anyone who is applying to UTT. They don't have to be a secondary school student. You can be mature entry, and you think you need to just brush up on some skills in math and English, you can apply, and then you are recommended to the PDA.
UTT's Proficiency Diagnostic Assessment allows students to access personalized tutoring, receive continuous timely feedback, and engage in periodic online assessments. Best of all, successful completion of the PDA allows students to start their tertiary journey at UTT in September, at the start of the academic year. UTT, your partner every step of the journey.
Okay, folks, so that was the PDA, and I believe your guidance officers, they should have a copy if you need to see the video a little more to get any more info. And I look forward to seeing you if you are interested in attending University of Trinidad and Tobago, our national university. So over to you, Oren.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Hunt, for that insightful information. I hope they put it to good use. So without further ado, I'd like to quickly introduce Mr. Pritchard, because he also has some really interesting and wonderful news for all of these potential UTT students. Yes, Mr. Pritchard, afternoon, sir.
Afternoon, Oran, and thank you very much. Let me say thank you to the Southeastern Education District for this wonderful event that guides students into continued educational pathways. To the students, good afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon. So my duty is to bowl the last over in this T20 format. And of course, I don't have much time or much runs to defend, so I'll try and see how quickly I can go, but share enough information with you that at the end of the day, we come out all winners. So Oren, could you share with us that PowerPoint presentation, please? Thank you very much. Yes, students. So the University of Trinidad and Tobago, at the University of Trinidad and Tobago, we have an Academy of Sport. That Academy of Sport is broken up into two separate departments, the Sport and Recreation Unit and the Center for Kinesiology, Physical Education and Sport. Now we're going to go into discuss what is the Sport and Recreation Unit and the Center for Kinesiology, Physical Education and Sport. Next. In 1988, the government, through a white paper report, realized that we have extreme potential in terms of our young athletes, and the best place to have them navigate their career path is at an institute of sport. So they decided to set up an institute of sport. However, it was not until 2007, after the formation of the University of Trinidad and Tobago, that it was decided that this institute of sport must be set up at the University of Trinidad and Tobago National University. So the Academy of Sport was formed, and a mandate was given to have a high performance unit, which belongs to the sport and recreation unit, a success unit, which deals with the recreation aspect of sport and participation, and the Center for Kinesiology, Physical Education and Sport, our academic unit. Now, in the high performance unit, this is the area where we deal with persons who have the potential to be national athletes and need that extra push, where they work with our coaches and we guide them towards becoming national athletes while they continue their tertiary education. So that's the high performance unit. The success unit is the recreation unit, as I said. So some of you may want to continue playing sport, maybe not at a high level in terms of national level, but in terms of maintaining your healthy lifestyle, because we at the university understand that the healthier a person is, the more successful and productive that person is, both in academics and also in their field of work, and make greater contributions to society. So the success unit ensures that your recreation continues. We have gyms under the success unit. We have inter-campus events, football, cricket, and all those other things that you can participate in on a recreational basis. The academic department, which is the Center for Kinesiology, Physical Education and Sport, focuses on degrees straight up to your PhDs in sports studies. Why is UTT unique? What sets UTT above the rest? Yes, we are above the pack. We are in front, not behind. We are on top, not below. And why? Because we are at the University of Trinidad and Tobago and the Academy of Sport. We have highly qualified high-performance coaches. Just imagine you are a potential national cricketer, a young athlete who wants to do cricket and wants to represent Trinidad and Tobago. Your coach is going to be none other than Mr. Tony Gray, who was a West Indian player, fast bowler. If you want to excel in football and you are playing, I know that maybe you're playing in the colleges league and you want to continue playing at the highest level and representing the university and the national team, your coach at the University of Trinidad and Tobago is none other than Mr. Clayton Morris, who was the strike squad captain back in 1989. Extremely knowledgeable and talented individual with a wealth of knowledge to share. In netball, we have Miss Bridget Adams, who's a Hall of Famer. She was once the West Indies captain of the netball team. We have in table tennis, 11-time national champion, Mr. Lena Edwards. In basketball, we have one of our very own products who would have been part of the program as a student athlete, as a scholarship athlete in basketball, and now is the coach of the basketball team in Coach Stefan Dillon. In track and field, of course, we cannot leave out track and field. We have none other than Mr. Lester Osuna, who is world-renowned in terms of his knowledge, expertise, and experience in the sport of track and field. But not only that, we take care of our athletes as well. So you want to be an athlete, a student athlete at the university while studying and playing sport, we have a strength and conditioning and rehab department. What do? The strength and conditioning department enables you to be strengthened in terms of your physiological and physical strength to prepare you for your performance on the field. The rehab department, should you get injured at any point in time, we ensure that you are treated well, your rehabilitation is on point, and we even offer insurance that takes care of any injuries that you have while representing the University of Trinidad and Tobago. We have a massage therapist who's going to go to prepare you for your participation and competition. And we have produced quite a number of athletes in terms of national representation, which we'll share with you later on. In the academic department, before we go there, Oran, let's go back one. In the academic department, you would have seen a gentleman speaking in one of the previous videos, Dr. Kerry Dalloway. He is the program professor for the Center for Kinesiology, Physical Education and Sport. And he is one of the only persons who is specialized in rehabilitation, sport medicine, and physiotherapy in terms of sport-related things in Trinidad and Tobago. We have 4 senior professors who are doctors, and in Trinidad and in University of Trinidad and Tobago, we have the only talent identification specialist in Trinidad and Tobago, who is the person by the name of Dr. Joel Paul. At the Center for Kinesiology, Physical Education and Sport, let's say you want to study sports. What can you enroll in? If you have your 5 CXC or 5 CSEC O-level subjects, which includes maths, English, and a science, you can start at a certificate in sports studies. So I know we're speaking to some Form 5 students here. So you want to get involved in sport education, you can start at a certificate in sports studies with your 5 CSEC or 5 CXC O-level subjects, maths, English, and a science inclusive. If you decide to go on and do your CAPE and you want to then go straight into the bachelor's, with CAPE, you no longer have to do the certificate. You can come straight into the bachelor's program. Those of our Form 6 students we're speaking to now, you have to have your 5 CSEC or 5 CXC O-level subjects, maths, English, and a science inclusive, plus your 2 CAPE subjects. Or if you decide not to go the route, those Form 5 students who decide not to go the route of CAPE Form 6, you can come to do the certificate, and from the certificate, go straight into a bachelor in kinesiology. And that certificate course is only for 1 year, and it prepares you for your bachelor in kinesiology. If you want to go up to your master's, all you have to possess is an undergraduate degree, a first degree, and then you can enroll in the master's in kinesiology. And I tell you, the world out there is extremely welcoming to persons who do sports studies. Your specialization. So if you decide what you want to be, you want to be a physiotherapist, or you want to be a massage therapist, you will want to specialize in the sports exercise science, or sport pedagogy and coaching. Or if you want to be a manager, a facility manager, or a sport manager, or a team manager, you want to specialize in sport management or sport for development. If you want to engage communities and young persons in communities in sport, you want to specialize in the sport for development specialization in your Bachelor of Kinesiology. You decide, okay, I'm finished with my bachelor's at UTT. I'm going straight into my master's because I'm not going to stop at my bachelor's only. I'm going to my master's in kinesiology. You can specialize in sport and exercise psychology. If you want to do elite coaching, as some of the coaches I would have mentioned before, you can enroll in the master's in kinesiology, specialize in your elite sport coaching specialization. Again, if you want to go to the top of the ladder, you want to be a senior manager of sport and recreation at a university like myself, you can enroll in your master's in kinesiology and enroll in the sport management specialization. And I can tell you, I am a product of the University of Trinidad and Tobago. I did my master's in sports studies, and I'm now doing my PhD in sports studies. And the world of sport is wide open. We know it's a dynamic environment, and it's welcoming to persons who want to enroll in sports studies at the University of Trinidad and Tobago. What have we done over the years? Some of our success stories, and these are just a few, too many to mention, because as I said, this T20 game is almost over. This is my second to last ball that I'm bowling. Success stories. In cricket, we have produced 14 national athletes. Some of these national athletes include persons like Stacey Ann King, Mark Dial, and we even produced Hayden Walsh Jr., who now plays for the West Indies cricket team. Yes, Hayden Walsh Jr. from Antigua was at the University of Trinidad and Tobago as a student athlete studying in this Academy of Sport. In netball, at one point in time, 75% of the national team was students of the university, or who would have studied at the university and were trained by our netball coach. As a matter of fact, in netball, we have produced over 22 national athletes through our programs over the years. In volleyball, we have the best coach in the entire region, in the person of Professor Francisco Cruz out of Cuba. And in volleyball, we have produced 23 senior team players, 3 who have been selected as national captains. And through our program at UTT, National Volleyball in Trinidad and Tobago was able to move up the rankings in the World Federation from 97th, and we were ranked as high as 27th through the program at UTT. So yes, we have continued to produce stars. In swimming, we have produced 17 national swimmers, and 6 of those have gone on to be national coaches. And through our academic programs, we have produced hundreds, and I believe soon it will be thousands of world-ready graduates through our academic program. So now I want to share with you a testimony from a young man who had an opportunity to be a student athlete at Trinidad, at the University of Trinidad and Tobago. And let me tell you this, although we promote our Academy of Sport, Center for Kinesiology, Physical Education and Sport, if you want to play sport at UTT, if you want to play sport and represent UTT and become an athlete that represents Trinidad and Tobago, you don't have to enroll in the sports studies program. You can enroll in any program at UTT, and you can go on to get your tertiary education level going while playing sport. So The door is wide open. The sky is the limit. This is my last ball I'm going to bowl. It's not going to be a bouncer. It's going to be a full delivery. Feel free to enjoy it and score runs.
Hello, this is Hayden Walsh Jr., a former scholarship athlete at the UTT sports program and a West Indies cricketer. I attended UTT quite a few years ago, and I think it benefited me a lot, especially on my road to playing cricket for the West Indies. Some of the things that benefited me were, I was able to train and to play in high quality facilities, almost the best in the Caribbean. And, I was able to rub shoulders with the best coaches and the best trainers to help me to become stronger and a better cricketer. I also was able to, study and learn more about sport and learn more about how the body works and how sports works, so that I can go onto the field and to, have that knowledge and to use that knowledge onto the field. But it doesn't have to be about sport. If I wanted to be an engineer or a doctor or a teacher, it would be the same. That's why I should encourage all the budding athletes to, get involved in the UTT sports program.
So there you have it, young men, young women. You have heard from one of the best. Please take the time, but when you finish taking the time, ensure that you enroll at the University of Trinidad and Tobago, an experience you will never regret. Thank you very much and have a wonderful afternoon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pritchard. Right, so you all have heard some really, really interesting information, and I would just like to reiterate one or two key points. You'll be looking at a minimum of 5 if you're coming into any of the certificate or diploma programs, right? Inclusive of math and English and the science, right? If you all are coming directly into our bachelor degree programs, then you would want to come with the relevant CAPE units that are required to enter into these said programs. I must let you all know, given that it's Form 5s and Form 6s, the application process is currently open. So you can visit the university's website, www.u.tt, and go to the Apply Now tab and put in one of the application forms towards starting your tertiary level career or journey come September. I will be placing in the chat our contact information and so forth, and we are open to entertain a few questions before we leave as well. So please feel free to do so, and even reach out to us via our contact information afterwards. Yes? Let's see. So are there any questions before we leave? While you'll have us here, don't be shy, you all need to take these opportunities as well.
Now is your time to ask questions.
You all have a wonderful opportunity here now. I have two really, really important personnel here for some of these programs, so we can capitalize on us, sharing the information with you guys.
Could you tell me if you all have any programs for students interested in becoming a chef?
Why, yes, certainly we do. We have the food technology programs, and that person can start at the certificate, move on to the diploma, and even come in to do a bachelor degree at UTT. But it's a lot more than just becoming a chef, because it's a lot of the science behind the food as well too. So they teach you a holistic picture regarding food and food technology, where they teach you from the fork in the ground to the fork on your plate, preparation, they teach you marketing strategies, the whole works. It's a really, really comprehensive program, and I would encourage anybody to pursue anything like that, even if they were looking to get into chef or food inspectors, anything like that type of employment.
Okay, thank you so much.
Welcome.
One quick question again.
Sure.
Do you all offer any bursaries to students? or scholarships to students?
I will let one of the esteemed colleagues answer that one.
Well, I can answer in terms of sport. So if one of these student athletes who's interested in coming to the university to represent the university in sport and to become a national athlete, if they are so selected by the coaches after the screening session, yes, there's a level of scholarship that will be offered. So for example, their uniforms, all health issues, strength and conditioning issues, transportation to and from training. There are opportunities for them to participate to represent Trinidad and Tobago internationally. As a matter of fact, our men and women football team have recently qualified to represent Trinidad and Tobago at the International University Football World Cup qualifiers, which will be held in Mexico. So there's tremendous opportunities. And in terms of their registration, in some cases, some of the registration is waived as well. So yes, there are scholarships offered. In the past, we offered housing as well. But because of the economic landscape that the country is facing, and by extension, the University of Trinidad and Tobago, that is off the table for a while. But we hope to resume sometime in the near future to offering all those amenities to student athletes once they are on scholarship at the University of Trinidad and Tobago.
Okay, thank you so much, sir, for that. We don't seem to have any more questions at this point in time, but I just personally want to thank all of our presenters today from UTT. It has been such a pleasure to have you all. You all have given us much to think about. I'm sure the students who are interested in joining the UTT family would have been taking notes. Yeah, and of course, we could always put you all, the students, onto them. Yeah, we have the contact information, and you all could continue asking any further questions. Yes, so thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
Great evening.
It's a pleasure. Same to you.
It's our pleasure. Feel free to contact us at any point in time for additional information or support. Feel free.
Lovely.
You'll have a good afternoon.
You too. Moving swiftly along, we have with us this afternoon Ms. Alina Nurse from the National Insurance Board, and she will be sharing some helpful tips with us. Ms. Nurse, it's over to you.
Hello.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone. Again, I'm Alina Liz, Education Officer of the Corporate Communications Department of National Insurance Board. It's my pleasure to be here with you all this afternoon. My presentation basically will be on your expectations when you finish your study, or if you on completion of Form 4, 5, and 6, if you are to enter the world of work with regards to national insurance, which is compulsory. Right? So basically, I am certain you all would have heard about national insurance, NIS, before. What is national insurance? It is compulsory social insurance. So from the time you start to work, you have to pay national insurance. So it is a public insurance that protects an individual from certain risks. Once you are engaged in employment and you have that employee-employer relationship, national insurance must be deducted from your salary. It is a contributory system. 1/3 is deducted from your salary, 2/3 from the employer. And what does this do for you? It provides you against financial coverage through specific contingencies. So as a young person who would have just started to work, registered with national insurance, fall ill on the job, gets injured on the job, God forbid, dies on the job or otherwise, they will be covered, not only them, but their family members. So once you're registered and you are contributing to national insurance, you are exposed to 23 benefits that can be accessed. All right, not only to your family, it will provide benefits to your dependents as well. All right, registration is important. How do you pay national insurance? In order to pay national insurance, you must be registered. Registration starts once you are engaged in employment and you're working for at least $200 a week. The form that is required to be completed is a national insurance NI-44 and must be completed within 7 days from start of employment. We have 14 service centers in which you can submit these claims to, these forms to be registered. So once registered, you can access benefits from the start of employment throughout your working life to completion of employment and even beyond. So during your working life, you have benefits such as sickness, maternity, employment injury, invalidity that you can access. Upon completion of employment, you have retirement and beyond. When you pass, your survivors would be able to get until they pass as well. All right? So once employed under contract of service and you are earning at least $200 per week, you must be registered by your employer. And these are some of the benefits that we offer: sickness, maternity, employment injury, invalidity, retirement, funeral grant, and survivors. If you enter the world of work and an employer fails to register you and something happens, God forbid, for instance, if one dies on the job or if one dies otherwise, and you're not registered with national insurance, compensation to your loved ones, compensation to your relatives would be inaccessible. So that is why we stress on the importance of registration the first 7 days when you commence employment. If it is that you were already employed by one employer and you're moving on to another employer, or there's no need to re-register, because once you are given that number, that is your unique number, and it goes straight through to the end of your employment. So once you change jobs, you present that unique number to any other employer. And usually you are given an NI card when you're registered. When you're changing employment, you present that number from that laminated card to the new employer, who is supposed to deduct and pay your contributions based on that, based on the number provided. All right. With regards to opportunities within National Insurance Board, we usually advise that all applications go through our HR departments, and we have several different departments within the NIB. So after completion of your studies, you can visit our website. Our website will give you a listing of all the departments located within the organization, and if depending on your qualification, you could submit your applications through the our HR department, which is hr@nibtt.net. All right. At this point, I will pause to see if and take any questions that you may have on registration. So, any questions on registration?
No, but can you reiterate for the younger age bracket, that is 17 years, for students who may be employed on a part-time basis, that they are also entitled to the benefits and entitled for national insurance to be paid on their behalf?
All right, so national insurance starts at the age of 16. Even before that, once you are engaged in an apprenticeship program, let's say that you're working in a garage for a mechanic, or you're working in one of the factories, in a factory, and you're under the age of 16, it is the employer's obligation to register you and pay national insurance contributions for you, not deducted from your salary, but paid for you. And that is to cover you for one benefit alone, if you get injured on the job. All right? So if you are between the ages of, let's say, 16 and 19, and you have part-time employment, you're going to school, but you have part-time employment during the August vacation, July-August vacation, Easter period. Once you are engaged in a contract of service, you're working for an employer, you go to work for stipulated time, you have a stipulated lunch hour, you clock off at a particular time, right? We have certain elements we look for when we're determining a contract of service, which is being engaged, like myself, with an employer. I come to work for a particular time, I leave at a particular time, I have a lunch hour. Once that is established, the employer, and you're working for at least $200 a week, the national insurance is supposed to be taken out of your salary. Once you're given a payslip, you should look to see the deductions and ensure that national insurance is being deducted. If even self you're not registered and deductions are being made, it usually comes to us. We will have it in escrow or in a suspense account until a number is assigned to you. So although deductions might be coming out of your salary and you may not have received a number within that 7-day period, deductions should still be made and remitted to the NIE. So when a number is assigned to you, we will apply the contributions. So 2 things I would like persons to be aware of. Persons who may be still going to school and during their off period, they engage in employment. One is being familiar with our contribution rates, which you can see online. You can always download it and have it handy to ensure that when you get your payslip or whatever document you're being provided with some deduction, that the deductions being taken out is the correct thing. Because what we have seen in the past is employer taking out both employees and employers' contributions from the employee's wage or salary, which is not correct. In some instances, they will take out a bit more than they are supposed to deduct. And in other instances, none at all. And if it is that no contributions are being deducted, it should be brought to our attention, and the person who's filing the complaint would fill out a complaint form, and we would have that employee investigated. All right, so these are some of the things I think you should look for. Once employed, once you get that employment, whether the number is assigned or not, look to see that national insurance is being deducted. Download one of our rate sheet, ensure that the correct amount is being deducted. And if you realize that national insurance was never deducted for you, bring it to our attention. Fill out a complaint form, and we will have that employer investigated and make him pay up your contributions, because every contribution counts. If something happens to you, God forbid, on the job, you must be covered. And you could only be covered by contributions being remitted to the National Insurance Board. Once contributions are remitted, you are you are covered for all our 23 benefits. All right? Any other questions?
Yes, thank you. I asked because a representative from Ministry of Labor indicated that the minimum age for employment is 17 years. So what you would have shared with us is very pertinent information.
All right, but I will highlight our national insurance rules is our laws is in our act. So our act, all our operations are dictated by our act, and our act says the minimum wage age for employment to where contributions can be paid is 16 years. Anything less than 16 years, you can be registered, but as an unpaid apprentice, only as an unpaid apprentice. So between the ages of, let's say, 13 and 15, you must be an unpaid apprentice. But from 16 years go forward, you would be insurable. You are at that insurable age. So once you're 16 years, let's say you're in fourth form and you start to work with a grocery during the Easter vacation, that person, the owner of the grocery, must deduct national insurance contributions for you because it is applicable from the age of 16 to 65. All right?
All right. Thank you for the clarification, Ms. Nurse.
No problem. Any other questions?
Not at the moment.
All right. So I want to end. Let me see if I can end with one of our little videos where you'll see our Can you see?
We are not seeing your screen.
You're not seeing it? Okay, but just 1 second. Let me see if I can share.
No problem.
Can you give me the ability to share?
Okay, just 1 minute, please.
All right, so I'm guessing it. Are you all seeing now?
Yes, Ms. Nurse.
All right, great. All right, so that's a wrap for my very short video. All right, so I'll pause for any more questions before I end. Any further questions?
Yes, just one question. Can you reiterate, not necessarily a question, but can you reiterate the legal ramifications for employers who do not make contributions on behalf of the employees?
All right, so the fine used to be I think it's $6,000 and the 6 months imprisonment. All right, but one of the things I should highlight though is once it is brought to the attention of the employer and the employer has not deducted contributions from an employee for an extended period of time, what is required is the employer pays 100% of the contributions. So let's say I'm working with an employer and for the last 3 months, he neglected to pay national insurance for me. It was brought to his attention by National Insurance Board because I made a report. He cannot now go into your salary and take out retroactive payments. from the time he neglected to take out national insurance from your salary, he must pay the entire thing, plus 25% penalty if he earned to pay in the first month. And if it goes on for 3 months, interest is applied, it's applicable. Failure to comply with that, our legal department will intervene, and then the charges, as I told you before, is $6,000 plus 6 months imprisonment.
Also, now that the employee may have reported the employer, instead of paying the retroactively the contributions, he goes and fires the employee.
Well, the thing is, we will not go, compliance department will not go and say, well, Jane Doe sent me here. They will ask they will go and conduct an audit. And we know on our system, the employees that are registered, if it does not correspond with the information that he is giving us, we will bring it to his attention. And we will take action from there. Because what we have found, sometimes the employees that he has registered, when we go to do investigation and what we have on our system is different. He might have 75 persons registered at his business, but he's only paying for 25. So we bring the other 50 to his attention. And of course, there is a fine for non-compliance. And if it is, as I told you, he has to pay their contributions retroactively. He has to pay 100% of the outstanding contributions. He cannot deduct it from the employee's salary. So there should not be a fear of being fired once you bring it to our attention, because we will not go and single out any one person. We will just go and conduct an audit, verify his employees, and of course, we will take whatever action from there once it is noticed that he's not paid for his employees.
All right, thank you for your clarification, Ms. Nurse, and the discretion of NIB in the manner in which you conduct your affairs. So there being any more questions, I thank you for being with us today from Southeastern Education District Career Fair Committee, and we look forward to having more interactions with you in the future.
Okay, thank you very much. It was my pleasure.
You're welcome.
Okay, bye.
Hi, good afternoon, Ms. Hari Prasad.
Hi, good afternoon. No, this is not Ms. Hari Prasad.
Okay, sorry. Okay,
That's okay. Yeah.
This is Johanna Andrews from the Corporate Communications Department, Whitep Limited. I'm seeing, is it Ms. Dixon?
Yes, yes, thank you for being with us, and you can go ahead with your presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. On behalf of Whitep Limited, we want to say thank you very much for having us this afternoon. On my right, my team is Crystal Ramroop. I am Johanna Andrews, and on my right, I have Amanda Dupre from our youth training department. We have 4 videos that we want the students to pay close attention to. One of the videos, you will understand why skills training in particular has become, and I'm saying has become, but it has really been on the agenda for many years now. It is just that in our society, we have not looked at it as critical as until now. Because you will understand during the COVID period, those who gained a skill training, whether it is plumbing, electrical, carpentry, hairdressing, barbering, were able to earn an income during the lockdown. So I invite you now to look at our videos. The first one will be by a testimony by one of our trainees at our Diego Martin Training Center. And Miss Dixon, if you are hearing me clearly, or if you are not hearing the video, you can always stop and let me know.
I will, thanks.
Johnson. I'm 20 years of age. I'm from Gonzales, Port Spain. I came to Whitehep because my father instilled in me that I must further myself with what I'm good at. I started electrical at SouthEast, Port Spain. I did it for about a year or so. I wasn't certified, but I was good at it. I changed a lot of plugs and sockets, did not get shocked as yet. I do not mind furthering myself with Whitehep. The building electrician assistant class is a good program. It does not have many fellas my age. It would be nice and lovely to see plenty youths my age out here trying to better themselves.
And we go straight into the other video because we want to let the videos flow to have enough time for questions and answers.
Whitehep Limited has always been concerned about you, our youths. You are by far our most important human capital in Trinidad and Tobago. We have had the wonderful opportunity of engaging you, of training you. So for you out there looking for an opportunity to really see where your life can be in the future, we want to invite you to Whitehep. The holistic training that you get at Whitehep can actually open doors and windows for you. Come and check us out. See who we are. You hear about us, but come and see who Whitehep Limited really is. Make this your best choice.
And we move right into our other video, which expresses interest in technical vocational education training delivered by our youth training director, especially for you, so that you can link your secondary school education straight to a tertiary institution like Whitehep and begin to have opportunities where we bridge persons for employment with other companies. Also, we teach you to be your own entrepreneur.
The more we give importance to skill development, the more likely it would lead to an empowered youth. The youth of today are the leaders of tomorrow, and their stories have the power to transform young lives. Youth Training Director at Whitehep Limited, Josanne Moses, shared her perspective on vocational skills training.
The Youth Training Department targets persons between the ages of 15 to 35 years. Our ideal or our goal is really to offer technical and vocational education to these persons. Now, while technical and vocational education is considered to be for persons that are less academically inclined, the truth is technical and vocational education is really the birthplace of innovation. Here it is really the marriage of science, math, and skill. And it is for this reason Youth Training Department is really geared towards providing trainees with an opportunity to be exposed to these disciplines that would allow for employability skills or entrepreneurial opportunities.
What makes the Youth Training Department stand out amongst others?
So while the youth training department really targets persons between 15 and 35, what we have accepted is that the target audience remains the same, but the generation actually changes. So presently we are catering to the needs of the millennials and the Gen Zs. Those persons have an acumen to technology. Accepting that those persons are geared towards technological advances, we have now shifted our program offering to the blended stream of learning. So apart from coming to the center to acquire these skills, you actually have an opportunity to complete your program, part of it utilizing blended technologies, online, the internet, Moodle platform, etc. We have also identified that literacy, or most of our trainees would require some literacy support. So upon the registration, they are given the opportunity to be assessed. Once we have identified those trainees with a need, they are now encouraged, with the support of Powell Publishing, to complete a literacy program in the comforts of their homes. They are not required to go into any classroom. They simply interact with a platform and they are learning at their own speed.
How has the youth training department been successful?
So as I mentioned before, our program is really geared towards providing persons with employability skills or entrepreneurial opportunities. Now I'd like to place emphasis on our certified welding and fabrication program that falls within the youth training department. Presently, persons who are enrolled in that particular program are afforded the opportunity to complete their training at the companies. We have 3 companies where we sign memorandums of understanding with. The first is Caridup, the second is Hydrotech, and the third is Metalex. Now, upon completion of their training, welding is a very unique skill. You often find that most of our trainees get employment with the said companies or their partners. Apart from that particular program, we have found that persons who are enrolled in the child care or the patient care stream of training would have also been given an opportunity to pursue rewarding careers. Now, part of their program really has an internship, and that internship allows them to actually go to our hospitals or local nursing homes in order to have the opportunity to perform the acquired skill on live patients. So to answer your question, yes, our programs are designed to enable trainees to get immediate employment or entrepreneurial opportunities.
Whitehead's youth training department and what it means.
I started off by saying that TVET is really the birthplace of innovation, and I want to emphasize how critical it is in our landscape. COVID-19 would have really demonstrated the value that persons with technical and vocational skills is needed in the operation of our society. If we are to recall the persons who were given an opportunity to work during the stay-at-home order, it was only the plumbers, the electricians, the carpenters, those persons who are responsible for food production, etc. They were given exemptions to be able to work while everybody else had to stay home. I am often fascinated by my nail tech. You know, I have accepted that she probably makes a lot more money than I do, where I will go to visit her for 2 or 3 weeks per month. I would leave paying her minimum of $400 for 2 hours. And when I make a comparison, I, who am required to have so many other skills in order to perform my duties, I am being paid approximately the same $400 per day. So my advice to young persons is, while technical and vocational education is perceived as second-class education, the reality is they are leading the way. And if you really want to make the best decision for yourself, consider a life or a career in skills development.
We are creating tomorrow's future with our present trainees. So we are looking for tomorrow. We're not looking at ahead. We're not looking at courses behind us. We are looking at what is to come. So we want you to look at yourself as a business person. Get involved in our micro-entrepreneurship program. It teaches us how to set up, maintain, and and bring forward a small, a micro, mini business and be successful. We encourage you young people, you got to do it. The world of work is dependent on you to create, to stimulate our economy. So we look forward to you at Valencia, at Diego Martin, at Maloney, at Tobago TTC. We look for you at Moruga, Signature Creations, and Woodford Lodge. And let me just say, Woodford Lodge is the creme de la creme. That is where we have our IOC and our ICA. IOC is our Institute of Cosmetology, and our ICA is our Institute of Culinary Arts. Specialized programs just for you.
So we are back on.
Yes, you are. Your camera was on. Yes.
Okay. So what we did in those 4 videos is that we tried to capture information for the students, for especially also for the parents, because we realized that sometimes the students come to learn, which is good, and the parents or the guardian don't have a narrative about how we have moved from coming to learn a skill to the trainee going home and say, I am now in a TVET program, technical vocational education training. So when we deliver the information via the video, we want the students to understand, and we want the parents and teachers to also understand, so that your collaboration as educators, as teachers, can guide the students from the secondary school straight into a tertiary institution that will allow them to come and gain a skill, and as a result of that, have wonderful opportunities for employment. But I want to end my part there and go straight into the questions and answers, because Amanda is ready and waiting for all the questions. And before we go to the questions, we want to make sure, Ms. Dixon, Crystal is going to give you all the social media platforms where you can go and easily find information about YTAP.
So for individuals who would like to find
We got a little interruption there with our Wi-Fi supply. Can you hear me?
Yes, that's okay. You can continue now.
Okay, so what I said, we want to go straight into the questions and answers. Did you get Crystal's inputs about our social media platforms?
No, we did not.
Okay, so Crystal will just repeat how you can contact us on social media, and then we go straight into questions and answers.
Sure. So for individuals who are interested in finding out more about what YTAP does, as well as our various course offerings, they can actually visit our website at www.ytap.edu.tt for any further information. Also, they can follow us on our various social media platforms, such as Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter for any further inquiries that they may have.
And our contact number 672-5411. Straight to your questions, Ms. Dixon.
Okay, yes, I know there is a misconception with regards to skills. When the young men especially hear skills, they think that it's the only practical part of the program that they have to do. But can you explain to the students that there is also a theoretical component to the skill program?
Okay, our skills program will comprise of both, they do the theory, yes, but they are practical sessions. And we also augment all our training with life skills training, which we call career enhancement. So they will learn the two components, the skill training, along with the life skills training, which will cover certain things like how to do your resume, how to apply for a job. We even go into do mock interviews, like we invite persons to come in and we let them have a session where they're applying for a job. And then at the end of the session, we grade you based on how you performed and give you feedback on how to speak to a further employer when you go on interviews and that kind of thing. But we do have our skills breaking down. They are the theory, which we have actually online and face-to-face. And then we have our practical sessions.
Okay, good. So for a student to graduate, is there a percentage of attendance of the theory and both the skill program? Well, the skill aspect, the practical and the theoretical part?
Okay, I can break it up by hours. For like a level 1 program, our skill hours will be 240 hours if it's the NEC certified programs. And our career enhancement is just 60 hours. If you're looking to do a CBQ type certification, the skill hours vary between 300 hours to 480 hours, depending on the skill you choose, as well as you will have to do your career enhancement 60 hours. So a level 1 program under NEC would be about 6 months, whereas our CBQ level 1 program will run between 6 to 9 to 10 months. It depends on which course you choose.
All right, thank you. Here's another question from the student. Do you provide avenues whereby individuals can further skills they would have acquired through YTAP? So I heard you mention level 1, but do you have a level 2 or level 3?
Right, so under the youth training department, we mainly offer level 1 programs. We have 1 or 2 instances where we do have the level 2, but we do have another department that offers training under the retraining department and will go up to like level 2 and 3, maybe even 4 according to the skill you choose. But you have that option as well. However, the retraining department is from 25 to 60 years old. They will make some exceptions if you are really interested in the program and you're not going to get it and you want to further it in that field.
And Ms. Dixon, if I may interject here and add, YTAP Limited operates under the mandate from the Ministry of Education. The Ministry of Education mandate to YTAP is entry level for youth training. Hence the reason Amanda would have mentioned earlier that there are not many, if any, restrictions in registering to come and do a course at YTAP. So the Ministry of Education desire is that we are a bridge from the secondary school into skills and technical training. So the furthering of the levels, as Amanda said, yes, we do have a retraining department for another age group. But in all the skills, or most of the skills that are available today, the entry level is critical because, of course, entry level is the basic understanding. Entry level is where you come and you learn the skills, the theory that is necessary to take you to the other level.
The foundation.
The foundation, thank you very much, Amanda. The foundation courses is what YTAP considers and follow from the mandate given to us.
Okay, so can they transition from YTAP, the younger cohort, to somewhere like MIC or NESC with certification from YTAP?
Yes, some students have to do like a level 2 program. Yes, they usually will take our level 1 as their prerequisite.
Yes.
Oh, all right. Thank you very much. Yes.
To
Go ahead.
Ms. Dixon, to extend on that also, you would have heard in the video Ms. Josanne Moses speak about the opportunities. For instance, we have child care attendants and patient care attendants. We train these young women and men such that they have gone on to facilities for senior citizens, daycare centers. Some of them have left and opened their own daycare. And those who would have done patient care would have gone on to work with geriatric care at the hospitals and at the nursing homes, continuing their learning. And part of the training program at YTEP, as far as possible, we always try to make sure we have hands-on training, life development, life skills, so that you are equipped in the practical and the theory.
There are two more questions. All right, a student wants to know what qualification are required for application. I know you said that information can be found at your website, but seeing that they are on now, if you can just give us the qualification required to enter the YTEP program.
Okay, so for the level 1 entry programs, there are basically no requirements. You just have to be a citizen of the country. You have to have your ID card, your birth paper, your NIS number, and a bank account in your name, and that's it. There are no educational requirements to join the program.
All right, and I know in current years, YTEP trainees would have received a stipend. Are they still receiving the stipend?
Yes, they do. They will receive a stipend once they attend classes, then it's paid at the end of the month.
All right, and thank you very much, Ms. Andrews and your team for being with us today at Southeastern Education District and fielding our questions.
And Ms. Dixon, I just want to give you one more piece of information. It's the email address where your students and your teachers can send in any question and they will get it answered. It's info, I-N-F-O, at ytepp.edu.tt. That's info@ytep.edu.tt. And yes, it has also been our pleasure. We've been with you, the Southeastern Division, for the entire day. And it has been our pleasure also. Thank you.
You're welcome. So we have a short video presentation for you all also.
Okay, thank
to
you.
express our gratitude.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so that's it for today. So in terms of the next presenter, because your mic and your camera is still on, so we have our next presenter coming on now. No, sorry about that. We are taking a break for about 5 minutes. So students, we will see you all in 5 minutes time or thereabouts. Thank you.
Whether you're entering the workforce for the first time or looking to change fields, deciding on a career can be tough. One way to narrow down your choices is to evaluate yourself and what's important to you. Let's take a look at some different needs and preferences you can assess. Your interests. Identify any hobbies or activities you enjoy, or anything that fulfills you. You may be able to find a career related to these. Being invested in and excited about the work you're doing is important. Your personality. Personal characteristics and qualities are good things to consider. Are you an introvert or an extrovert? Do you like to work alone or in a group? Are you more creative or analytical? Your values. How important is it for a company's values to align with your own? You'll probably have a more positive experience if you can find a workplace with an environment and culture that suits you. Your skills. Identify skills that you're good at. These can be concrete, like knowledge of certain computers.
Students, at this time with us, we have Mr. Jason Kangali from the Kenson School of Production Technology. And this is a post-secondary technical institute in Trinidad and Tobago, which provides training for persons who are interested in the energy sector, whether it be locally, regionally, or internationally. Mr. Kangali, good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon, Miss. Let me start by just introducing myself. Hi, good afternoon, students. My name is Jason Kangali, and I'm the Student Affairs Manager for the Kenson School of Production Technology. Kenson is a post-secondary technical school that prepares students for employment within the oil and gas sector or energy sector. Now, before I get into the information about my school and how the courses can benefit you, let me tell you a bit about myself. And this is just to share, just for us to connect. I once sat where you are seated now, meaning I was in secondary school and I really didn't know what my next step would be. I was looking at options. I was looking at, as a previous presentation, looking at joining the Army. I knew for a fact that I could not afford an education with regards to going to university. I wasn't from a well-off family. My grades weren't that good, but I still wanted to further my education. So I basically had no plan. It was just, I knew that if I didn't further my education, I'd be stuck in jobs that I didn't like. So one of the options I did explore was looking at doing the SATs. Through the SATs, I was able to get a scholarship, and I did my bachelor degree, I did my master's degree, and I started a PhD program. All that from not knowing what to do next in secondary school. So with that said, I really advise you not to feel bad if you don't know what your next step is. Look at your options out there. There are a lot of options that are being presented to you now through this career fair. And through your own research, you could find a lot of options. So don't settle for just going to a job you don't like. Now, I'll share this with you. I'll share my contact information with you after. But even if you're not interested in a course at Kenson, you can still contact me for career advice. And you could use the information that will be provided there. So with that said, I'm going to share a short video with you about Kenson, and then a short PowerPoint explaining our courses, and then I'll open it up for questions. So now I'll share the video with you. All right, I hope everyone enjoyed that video as much as I did. I'm now going to share our PowerPoint. I'll go through the PowerPoint really quickly, just so you get the gist of what we have to offer, and then I'll open it up for questions. So at Kensal, we believe knowledge is energy, meaning in order to be in the energy industry, you need knowledge. And at Kensal, we provide that knowledge for you to be able to work in the oil and gas sector and thus the energy industry. So we believe in building the capabilities, training the nation, the region, and the world. The Kensal School of Production Technology envisions itself as the leading training provider in the energy sector locally, regionally, and internationally. So these are just some of our registrations and affiliations. We are registered and a registered organization with ACTT in Trinidad and Tobago. And all our programs are either City and Guilds approved or ILM approved, or Energy Institute approved. This means that our programs are recognized worldwide. Our model, we believe in a strong practical aspect. So while we are guided by the Accreditation Council of Trinidad and Tobago, all our instructors are pulled from the field of oil and gas. So they have over 25 years of experience each. So the practical elements of our program are basically, we have a simulator on our campus that is exactly what you're going to meet in the working world out there in oil and gas. So we have the simulator, we have the control room, we have Christmas tree, every equipment that you can think of that is going to be in the oil and gas sector, we have it on campus. So you actually get to use that equipment and those gauges and all other tools that you would be using in the outside there in the sector. That's one of the advantages Kensal has. So just to go into some of our programs, we have level 4 programs and level 3 programs. Now, in order to do our level 4 programs, you have to do our level 3 programs. But our level 4 programs are so offshore production operator training, which enables you to work offshore, to work on rigs. That's appealing to a lot of people now. I will say this, that, you know, even though in the oil and gas sector, there have been cutbacks with regards to jobs, exploration continues. So we also provide technicians for some of the leading oil companies in Trinidad and Tobago. Shell, BP, BHP, EOG, Heritage and Paria, just to name a few. And you will be learning exactly what you need to work on their offshore rigs. Also in the land-based production operator training, you'll be learning everything you need for land-based exploration. And these are just some of the courses that you will have in the offshore production. Process control, pipes, valves, and fittings. All major equipments, we have a course, we have a module on that, and the role of a production operator. In the land-based, they are similar, so some do carry across, but there are some differences. So for our level 3 programs, which you can do with 5 CXC, inclusive of math and science. Now, you don't necessarily have to have maths and science if you want to do these programs. If you don't, we have bridging courses that will give you that math and science aspect while you continue to do the course. Our courses are 1 year. So these are the 4 courses we have at the level 3. It's the process technician, the instrumentation maintenance technician, electrical maintenance technician, and mechanical maintenance technician. Additionally, we have a number of short courses. Some of them are defensive driving, basic welding, basic electrical installation, basic refrigeration and basic plumbing, also basic scaffolding and basic shuttering. Again, our assurance standards, our classes are second to none in the Caribbean because one, well, I'll give you two reasons. We actually work in the field of the oil and gas. Our parent company, the Kenson Group, provides technicians to, again, some of the major oil and gas companies in Trinidad and Tobago. So what we try to do is our students are put into internships, apprenticeship programs, or even hired by these companies after they have completed our program. But I must say this, we don't guarantee employment. I don't think any institution can guarantee employment now. So that's some of our physical resources. Again, we would have the simulator. Our courses are now blended learning because of COVID. All our theory classes are online. And our practical classes, we bring students in groups of 7. Well, now it'll be groups of 5 to do their practical. Thank you. And this is my contact information here. Well, how you would sign up for the classes. You just go to www.kspt.edu.tt, go to programs and click the Apply Now tab. And this is my personal information. Again, if you're not interested in Kenson and you still want some career advice, you can give me a call. Thank you. And now I'll just take questions from the students.
Yes, Mr. Kangali, we have some questions for you. And the first question is, what age group of students does Kenson cater to? What is the minimum age?
We cater for students as low as 16. Once you've completed CXC, you can come to us. To sign up for our program, though, if you are 16, you'd have to be accompanied by a parent or guardian. But once you have completed CXC, you would be able to do our level 3 and level 4 programs, but also you'd still be able to do our short courses, even if you haven't completed CXC.
Yes, and you spoke about the bridging program for students who may not have a math or a science subject. Is this, for example, the math, is it basically a redo of CSEC math, or is this math that is more focused on the energy industry?
It's more focused on the energy industry, both the math and science bridging programs, but it's along the lines of CSEC also, CSEC or CXC. So if the student does not have CXC math or science, they can do our bridging programs while doing the actual level 3 program. So it's done in conjunction. So it's not that we'll make you do the math and science bridging first before you get into our program. You do it while doing the actual course. Now our courses are 1 year, which is another advantage we have because most other programs are 2 years. Our programs are GATE approved, so we are looking at our next intake in September. Your programs GATE approved for that. So with GATE, our programs usually cost $25,500. With GATE would cover 18,000 of that. So the student would be only responsible for roughly around 7,500.
That's so good. I think it opens up the gate to more students. Yeah. And
one thing I would also like to share, sorry to cut you there. One thing I would just like to share also is that with our program, you can do it in Form 6 also. While, like if you want to prepare yourself for the working world, I know there's the added, the rigor of Form 6 classes, but our programs are all, you can do part-time, you could do Saturdays, you could do Sundays. so that if you're looking at working in the oil and gas sector after Form 6, you'd already have a diploma. And just as a little incentive, the average salary of someone who has completed our 1-year program and has gotten a job as a technician is between $8,000 to $15,000 a month. So imagine, why not do that program and then also go into the working world and still figure out what you want to do after. So that's another advantage we have.
Yes, Mr. Kangali. In fact, I am thinking about doing a course.
I have thought about it also.
Yes.
And
So
we don't, like, for instance, for the level 3, all you need is CXC. We don't ask you to have, as I say, you don't necessarily need a science. So persons looking to switch their profession also, it's a good place to start. You do the level 3, and then you could go on to the level 4, which is the offshore production technology, offshore production technician.
excellent. Our final question today. Do you have an internship program?
Yes, we do. We have an apprenticeship program, and we also have a scholarship program. So again, if you go to the website, you click onto programs and you click apply now. Once you do that application, your information would come to me, and I will contact you with further information, whether it's to advise you on what field you would be interested in. Because again, we have 4 fields. We have instrumentation, mechanical, process, and electrical. I will let you know how you sign up to be considered for the scholarship. Now, the scholarship would cover your total cost of the level 3 program, so you wouldn't have to pay anything. So that's another thing, students would be interested in. And then also you go on to the level 4, which also carries you into a higher bracket, because I think everyone knows working offshore, it's a lot more money. You could, we've known that and shared that for a long time.
Yes, we have.
Yes, but just also another thing I wanted to share is that even if you're not interested in a program at Kenson, I would be happy to talk to you and offer you some advice on career-wise. So again, my contact information is there. Or if you are interested and you're not sure what field you want to go into, I can also offer that advice.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kangali, for taking time out of your busy schedule. It was greatly appreciated, as you did enlighten us this evening. And so we say to you, all the best.
Okay, same to you. And I wish all the students are, as I say, you don't need to know what you're going to do now, but at least explore your options. And I wish you the best in exploring your options. Thank you for having me, Miss.
Same here.
Okay, this afternoon we have a representative from National Training Agency, Mr. Michael Marimoto. Are you there, sir?
Hi, good afternoon. It's actually Miss Malaika McIntosh. I will be presenting on behalf of the NTA this afternoon.
Okay, welcome to our career fair. And Miss, you can go ahead and share your presentation with us.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Welcome.
All right. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone, to all the viewers, students, and guidance officers alike. I want to jump directly into our presentation, which is on the world of work this afternoon. Quickly, as we have just a short time with you all and we want to get most of the information in. All right. So yes, we are from the National Training Agency, and that is the organization that oversees skill training throughout Trinidad and Tobago. However, for this afternoon, we'll be looking at the world of work and how to prepare yourselves for that venture. So students, this afternoon, we hope to introduce you to some of the criteria, some of the things that you need to do, such as create your resume and cover letter, and also assist with interview skills and preparation, and take any questions that you have about the world of work. So I hope that you can follow along with me on the slides, the PowerPoint. Now I'm going to skip some of these slides as we don't have the time to go through each one of them, but I'm just going to make a few points. So when you are looking at completing your resume, you will see that there are many different types, many formats that you can choose from. Most persons tend to go to the World Wide Web, they go to Google, and they just simply look for a resume template or format. And we want you to be mindful of which format you use. So the one that we recommend is using a hybrid resume format, which is going to combine the functional and the chronological. So it's going to have the time frames attached, and it's also going to have the subheadings such as work experience, as well as your educational background and so forth. So just remember, when you are looking at a template, when you're looking online, or if you are going to someone who is doing your resume for you, you want to make sure that they are using the hybrid format. It is the most commonly used resume format. And so we want you to go with that one as well. So here are some points for your resume. Remember, it is no longer than 2 pages. All right, it should not be typed back and front. And remember all of the things that you would have learned about the particular fonts, font size, spacing on professional documents. Do not utilize borders and colors and things like that, stickers. All right, it's a professional document, so we go strictly with the black and white. Okay, so I am moving as quickly as I can. This is a sample resume, and what we can do this afternoon is that all of the documents that you see in our presentation, we can send to your guidance officers so that they can be distributed to you, the students. So you will have that sample that you can utilize when you are creating your own. So you see we have the personal information that starts the resume, and that's your personal information. It's your name, your contact, or rather your name, your address, a contact number, and then you have your email address. 2 things here. The contact number should be double checked and checked again. Make sure it's accurate, because if it is inaccurate, just remember the employer may not be able to reach you. All right, so make sure it's correct. Then you have your email address, and it's a professional document. The employer does not know you, and so whatever you use as your email address is going to indicate your level of professionalism. So all of the different slang, hot, sexy chick, bad boy, shutter 101. You want to get rid of those type of email addresses and use your first name, your last name, something that is very specific and also professional as well. All right. So this is not only going to apply for the world of work, but when you get into tertiary education, so all of these providers that would have spoken to you today, one of the main ways of contacting or connecting with them is via email. So you want to have an email address that is reflective of a professional individual, so that when you send your email to Kenson, Mr. Kangali, who just spoke to you, you have your first name and your last name at Yahoo or at gmail.com instead of something like Shutter from South. You don't want to have an email address like that. It may not be entertained if that is what they are looking at. Okay, so be careful with the email address, and you see all of these subheadings here. All right, so each resume format will have something that is quite similar to the subheadings. So you have education, you have experience, you have various recognition, affiliation, your co-curricular activities, special skills, and references. Some may differ where you get to place your interests or your hobbies, and that is okay. One of the things that you want to be aware of is when it comes to your objective, you want to keep it very simple, one sentence, two sentences, as opposed to having a paragraph or two paragraphs about yourself. That is going to take up space on your resume, and ultimately you will not be able to keep it down to the 2 pages. Usually, an employer is going to look through the first 2 pages and they may overlook the other pages. So you don't want the pertinent information to end up somewhere on page 5 and the employer doesn't get to see it. All right, so keep it tight, keep the format tight, meaning cut off all of the excess 1 to 2 sentences in terms of your objective. What is also important for your resume is the time frame. So you will see on the right-hand side of the resume, there are times, all right, or dates. So from September 2007 to May 2009, indicating when the individual started their degree, when they completed their degree. And it will be the same for you. You will have to indicate when you started at a particular school and when you would have completed, all right? It goes along with your work experience as well. For a job, you need to indicate when you would have started working at the organization, when you would have left, and so on. And this is important to the employers. They need to see the time frames on your resume. It indicates a lot about you as well. Some of your some persons' resumes will have gaps in them. All right, so it may indicate you would have been going to school at that point in time or doing some sort of training. All right, it allows the employer to grasp information. If you do have a gap but there's no explanation, it's a question that might pop up in your interview. All right, so the time frames are very important to the employers. So make sure that you utilize the timelines. The timelines should also go in what we call reverse chronological order. So it means that everything that you place on your resume should be stated with the most recent thing. So we start in 2021, whatever you would have achieved in this particular year, and then we work our way backwards. So the timeline should look like 2021, 2022, 2019, and so forth. All right, so that is reverse chronological order in a nutshell. And like I said, while I may not be able to go through the
Good afternoon, students, once again. As we continue with our schedule for the day, we have Mr. C. Morris and Mr. Pollard from COSAT with us. So Mr. Morris and Mr. Pollard, you can introduce your presentation.
Hi, good day. My name is Marvin Pollard. I am an admissions counselor at Costa. I have with me today Miss Cindy Morris, who is
My apologies.
Not a problem. Who's another admissions counselor. We'll be doing the presentation today. So if you allow me to share my screen. Right, so again, my name is Mr. Marvin Pollard. I'm an admissions counselor at COSTAC, and I have with me Ms. Cindy Morris, another admissions counselor. We both will be presenting today to you. Who are we? We are COSTAC, the College of Science, Technology, and Applied Arts of Trinidad and Tobago. We are a tertiary institution and one of the only community colleges in Trinidad and Tobago. We offer undergraduate courses, for example, associate bachelor degree programs, diplomas, certificates, some short courses, and also workshops. I just want to share with you a bit on what to consider when choosing a career, because at Costa, the belief is we recruit for careers, right? It's not about doing a degree program because everybody else is doing it. It's about finding within yourself your interests, your passions, and using that to kind of indicate whether or not you should be considering a particular path or not, right? So things to consider when choosing a career. You want to consider what interests you the most. You know, what are your likes and your dislikes? What is most important to you? Again, where your passions are. What are your skills? What qualifications are required to enter the field? And what additional education or training you need to have in order to be qualified for that field or that career. And at this stage, once you consider the qualifications and the training, you would need to then reach out to an educational institution like COSTA to see, again, the qualifications you need to get into that field or into that field of study. And that is what will allow you to move into or be qualified to move into that particular career. Right? You need to also consider the demand for the field that you're interested in. You need to also consider programs like us, like what we offer here at Costa, programs that have built-in internships, which would allow you to be ready for the field of work by the time you complete the program. You need to also consider the right location and compensation when choosing a career. What are employers looking for? Employers are looking for people with excellent communication skills, honesty, technical competencies, especially in this online environment that we are all working in now. Excellent work ethic, problem-solving skills, teamwork, flexibility, initiative, determination and persistence, and loyalty. How can tertiary education help you? Tertiary education can make you more marketable. It puts you a cut above the rest, developing skills and talents. Tertiary education can allow you easy entry into postgraduate programs for those of you who are interested in not just doing an undergraduate degree, but moving forward to do postgraduate diplomas and or masters. And it prepares you for your job or your career. What makes COSTAT unique? COSTAT is unique because of our knowledgeable and committed faculty. We have small classroom sizes that are very similar to what you would have experienced in school. Our classroom sizes range between 30 to 35. We have a blended learning platform now, which is online. We also have some face-to-face interaction. We have excellent facilities, work study and internship programs, as I mentioned before. These are built into our degree programs. Holistic approach to learning, and that is our core curriculum. And we have international recognition and affiliations. programs offered at COSTAT. And I will allow my colleague, Ms. Morris, to take the reins and move you guys forward.
Hi, good afternoon. As indicated by my colleague Marvin, I'm an admission counselor assigned to the El Dorado campus. Can you all hear me clear? Can you hear me clearly?
Yes,
Okay.
we can. Yes, we
Okay.
can.
Marvin, next slide, please. Okay. At COSTAT, we offer a range of programs, and our programs are categorized in schools. As you see on the screen, we have 5 schools. What I'm going to do, we offer a lot of programs, so I'm not going to go through every single program. I'm just going to hit each of the school and give you an idea of the courses that we do offer in the school. All our programs are on our website. When you go onto our website, costat.edu.tt, you would see all the programs, all the specific information like the number of credits in each program, the duration of the program, the content of the program, and also the cost of the programs. So the first school we have is the School of Business and Information Technology. That school, under that school, we have programs like accounting, management and entrepreneurship, information technology, library and information technology, business administration. Those programs are geared towards equipping persons to get into the workplace. After, we have the School of Nursing, Health and Environmental Studies. Under that school, under our nursing school, we have programs, basic and general nursing. Under the nursing school, we also have a program called phlebotomy. Phlebotomy is where you draw blood, where we gear people towards getting into the healthcare system. All our nursing health and health programs are geared towards getting our persons into the healthcare systems. As I said, we have phlebotomy, we have pharmacy assistants, where you go into a pharmacy and you supervised by a head pharmacist, and you'll be able to write prescriptions, and one day have your own pharmacy. We have environmental sciences under that school. Then we have the School of Liberal Arts and Human Services. Under the Liberal Arts and Human Services, we get towards psychology, social work. We have stuff like criminal justice for persons within the protective service or the security services for persons who also like to get into the protective and criminal service. Under the School of Penn Gordon, School of Journalism and Communication, we have video programs, we have graphic design programs, we have journalism programs where we guide persons into the field of journalism. May you want to be a newscaster, may you want to go on the radio and stuff like that. We also have our School of Continuing Education and Long Life Studies, where we offer diplomas. Most of the programs under our continuing studies are diplomas. We do have certificates under all our schools. We have certificates within each program. So for some reason, if you don't think you want to go into the full program as an associate or a bachelor student, you can come and do a certificate to get an idea what the program is, and then move into the main program. So under continuing education and lifelong learning, my apologies, we have the certificate programs, we have diplomas. We have diplomas like CAT reporting, we have like tour guiding, we have like diploma persons who want to get into the health sector. If you want to be a health inspector, those are certificates you can obtain to gain entry into those fields. Last but not least, under the School of Continuing Education and Lifelong Learning, we have a program called Campus. Now, Campus is geared towards persons who was unsuccessful in obtaining their 5 CXC at CS, 5 CXC or CSEC program, CSEC passes. Now, all our programs have entry requirements. So if you do not meet the entry requirements, this campus program acts as a bridge to get you ready to get into an associate or bachelor's degree. So you come into our program with your 3-4 passes in our campus program, we would get you equipped and get you up to the standard to get into a program. So after successfully completing the campus program, you'll obtain a certificate, and this certificate, along with your 3-4 passes, will allow you to gain access into our associate or bachelor's program. Thank you, Marvin. Thank you for listening.
Moving on to the admissions requirements to get into COSTAT, and I would like to mention at this particular point that our applications are currently open for our September semester. All applications are being channeled through our website, right? So you can see the website for more details. Again, it's www.costat.edu.tt. The minimum requirements for our programs will be 5 O-levels, inclusive of Math and English. If you are interested in a science-oriented program, you may be required to have an additional science subject that falls within the 5 minimum requirements. colleague already touched on the Compass program. Do you all have any questions at this point?
Just one question. Do you offer bursaries to your students?
Cindy, you want to take it in terms of the nursing program at least?
Okay. The nursing program, we get you what you do. We don't offer the bursary directly. What we do, when you come in to do the nursing program, you become a registered nurse, and as a registered nurse, you go into the health facility and you work. Now, after having obtained the nursing, your nurse, a registered nurse, now you can move on to different fields. So the nursing program becomes the base of our program, and then you move on if you want to be a district health visitor, if you want to be a midwife and stuff. So on that is the basis in which we follow in terms of our nursing program. There's no direct. Outside of the nursing, you have to be nurse, and then you branch off to other things.
Okay, so there's no direct payment to the students to help them with like tuition or room and board or anything like that?
No, the only
Books,
payment
allowance, yeah.
No, the only thing as we offer is a stipend, a nursing stipend that is across the board at all nurses in Trinidad and Tobago. That's the only financial assistance when you're doing a nursing program you're afforded.
Okay, so I'm not seeing any other questions from the students. So I wish to thank you all for taking the time out to be with us for the past 3 days. And we look forward to a continued partnership in the future.
Thank you
for having us. Have a good day.
Yes, thank you.
Bye-bye.
Okay, yes, students, as we await the next presentation, we will have a short video until that time. Thank you.
Hi everyone, it's Andy Lasavita, founder of Mile Walk and the Mile Walk Academy and award-winning author of The Hiring Prophecies, here with this week's episode of Tips for Work and Life. We're going to talk about job fairs. So for all you college students or professionals that visit these job fairs filled with loads of companies and loads of people trying to get in some time with them, I've got one for you today, and more specifically, how I would spend my 5 minutes that you're likely only to get when you go visit one of those booths. So before I dive into how I would spend my 5 minutes, I want to talk about what exactly not to do, because I think it's the biggest mistake that people make when they go to these things. Now, About a month or so ago, I did a blog post titled "The #1 Reason Why You Do Not Get Hired." And I would take a look at that video and that post because it's the same reason why you don't get called back after a job fair. And it has to do with the individual or the job seeker spending an awful lot of time trying to get out everything there is to know about them, or what they think are their highlights, or what they think are their best attributes or most hireable skills. It's a big mistake. You might spend a lot of time talking about things that, while great about yourself and you're fantastic at, the employer doesn't care. The employer doesn't need to know that. The employer is looking for something else. So what I would do to make sure that you can spend those few minutes where you're getting to tell them about yourself is I would figure out exactly what they need to know and what they want to hear. So what I would do is I would go up to the person who was working the booth, or whoever was taking the resumes or feeling the insight from the job seekers, and I would say, "Hi, my name's Andy Lasavita. I'd love to share a little bit about myself and learn about your company. Before I do that, could you tell me what you're looking for in an entry-level candidate? Or could you tell me what the most important skills are in whatever position it is that you are looking to attain?" And then give them a minute or two to share with you, "Well, we're looking for somebody with this kind of background, or these kind of skills, or these kind of traits." Detail-oriented, great communication skills, engineering students, whatever it might be. Collect that insight right there. They'll give it to you in a minute or two. And then when you have your couple of minutes to share yourself with them, just highlight how you match what they're looking for. Now what you're doing is you're giving them exactly what they need to understand about you, and more importantly, you're planting some breadcrumbs in their mind that are going to make you memorable. "Boy, that John Smith, he seemed to match exactly what we needed. We need to call him back." And what most of them do right then, as soon as you leave, is they put a little star or a 1 or a 2 or a 5 or a 10 on your resume, because they're talking to so many people they can't possibly remember everybody. But in that instant, they'll put a gold star on yours and you'll likely get a call back. So I hope that helps. That's how I would spend my 5 minutes. So just to recap, introduce yourself, be bright, be positive. Say, "So that I could best share my experiences with you to help you know whether I'm a good fit, can you describe what you're looking for in your entry-level candidates or whatever position it is?" And then spend your couple or 3 minutes describing how you match that. All right, until next week, have a good one. If you're watching this anywhere other than my YouTube channel or my blog, hop over to the Tips for Work and Life. I've got loads of great information for college students, professionals of all kinds, job seekers, people who need help writing their resume. It's all out there. So visit Tips for Work and Life. Let me know what you're thinking. Let me know if this helps. And until next week, have a great one.
there's no other way around it. If success is the result that you are ultimately seeking, you must be obsessed with the process. You have no time to let fear, doubt, failure, quit, negative thoughts, or give up enter into your mental. See, you have massive potential. So from the moment you open your eyes in the morning, your mindset has to be win. Meaning winning that particular morning and carrying that winner's mentality with you as you enter your classroom. So what the person to the left of you is pessimistic? So what the person to the right of you is zoned out? You, yes you, can only be concerned with staying locked in because you refuse to let the aura of your classmates or classroom enter into your mental space. See, this race is won by the one that can distance him or herself from the rest of the pack. And those are facts. So I need you to realize that there will be bad days. There will be times that you feel like you have no earthly idea what your teacher or professor is talking about. But what you will never ever do is throw a pity party. What you will never ever do is tap out. What you will never ever do is concede and throw in the towel. What you will do is knock on his or her door and say, listen, I only have one option, and that is success in your class. But right now, I'm confused about the lesson you taught today, and I need clarity, and I need it now. If you are passionate about wanting to achieve success in that class, he or she will bend over backwards to help you. But if you settle for mediocrity and never say anything, you are setting yourself up to fail. And failure, my friend, is not in your DNA. I promise. You're not the first person to question whether or not they have what it takes to achieve at a high level. I promise you're not the first person to feel like they are underperforming. I promise you are not the first person to feel like their brain is about to explode. Listen to me. Those that can push through no matter what storms arise are in the small minority, that small percentile of those that ultimately break through and make their goals and dreams a reality. So the reality is this. You were born with everything you need to pass every class with flying colors. You were born with everything you need to overcome the anxiety that may pop up from time to time on a mission to derail your lifelong hopes, dreams, and aspirations. See, my favorite acronym is HWPO. And just in case you forget, or just in case you don't know, that means hard work pays off. So winners like us never lose focus. And we're horrified and petrified whenever someone tries to tell us to take the easy route. Because we already know there is no easy route. Because if it were easy, everyone would do it. So we avoid that ignorance and get back to our grind of studying harder than we've ever studied before, because we understand that you get out of it what you put into it. So we pour our heart and soul into our homework. We pour our heart and soul into studying for exams. That way we sleep like a baby, because we know in our heart of hearts that we have put every ounce of our being into our work, and therefore success is a foregone conclusion. After all of the hard work, after all of the studying, after all of the blood, sweat, and tears, you still fail. And never forget this. You never fail, you never lose, you only learn. See, life will knock the mess out of you when you least expect it. It's part of the process. See, that's when you have to tell yourself, because of this setback, I'm stronger. Because of this setback, I'm wiser. Because of this setback, I'm smarter. And because of this setback, I'm hungrier than ever. So I say all of this as a friendly reminder. God this. You were born to be spectacular. So I need you to jump over the obstacles. I need you to go around the pitfalls. And I need you to push through the adversity. Because that dormant volcano of success that's living inside of you is just waiting for you to grant permission for it to erupt.
So we're bringing the curtains down and good afternoon to our students who are viewing. And we are really coming down to the end of a 3-day career fair. This is the time we have done it with y'all. And we had several presenters. So where do we go from here? And really and truly, what we are hoping is that you will be able to make wiser decisions. And I always tell my students, because, sometimes when you go into the classroom, you will have to share something. So I am just going to share probably a 2-minute story while we wait. We have like one more presenter. So I remember, a good time now, right? This whole thing about studying, like never really worked for me. I said it in the beginning and I will say it in the end. And, you might have exams coming up and you think the best way you could get it done is by lying on the bed and reading your work. Because, everything now is social media, so sometimes you lie down with your phone. But, the funny thing about it is that sometimes you end up just falling asleep. And when you wake up in the morning, what happens? You're there, you have not done any work. So I want to appeal to all who are looking on, to all who may return to look at this video, to take the relevant measures and make the right decisions. Now, I like to be frank with young people, and that's why I'm hoping that whether it be 4 persons looking on or even 5 or probably 2, but I know somewhere along the line, I know that you will understand how critical it is to really put your studies in. So let me end this part of it. I'm going to come back to give my thank you speech because all the providers have been excellent. So again, take note, make good decisions for your life. Don't mess it up. And don't let me even start talking about a boyfriend. So when I was young, I'm still young, right? But in those young years, you don't want to study, no work. You're just thinking about a boyfriend. Having a boyfriend, you realize it, but it doesn't work like that. So I'm taking my leave. I'm going to be back. Stay tuned. Thank you. Thank you for staying with us for the past 3 days. Back to the technical team.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. At this time, we have Mr. Gallup from CCC, and we are waiting for him to do his presentation. So, are you there, Mr. Gallup? Mr. Gallup, are you there? Okay, you can go ahead, sir, and present.
Yes.
Welcome to our career fair. I know you have a lot to share with our students. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Well, welcome. Good afternoon. I am retired W1 Ronnie, Deputy Divisional Manager of the Public. Right, I am basically going to present to you what CCC is about and how you can apply to CCC, etc., etc. We are not really a skill-based organization. We are all about changing attitude and behavior. Civil Conservation Corps program is designed to provide an intervention mechanism to assist in the empowerment of socially marginalized young adults between the ages of 16 to 25 to improve their overall quality of life through the adaptation of attitudinal and behavioral changes stimulated through the catalyst of discipline. The Civilian Conservation Corps program caters for the unemployed and unemployable youth, young adults between the ages of 16 to 25 with limited or no academic qualification who at present is unemployed or unemployable. Our mission is to positively alter attitudes and behaviors of socially marginalized young citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. Our vision to transform socially marginalized young adults into empowered citizens and improve their quality of life through the use of best practices in developing their self-esteem, employability, sensitivity to the natural environment, and sense of national pride. Our objectives: to train and develop our nation's unemployed citizens ages, once again, 16 to 25 for employment, to curb the rising incident of crimes committed by citizens within the age group 16 to 25, to foster socially desirable and well-balanced behaviors among those participants, to foster a sense of national pride and improve civic mindedness, to provide temporary employment, to develop an understanding and sensibility to the natural environment, to assist the Forestry Division in its reforestation and environmental conservation efforts. Some of our benefits, or all of our benefits: gain work experience, get exposure to the world of work through our on-the-job training program, learn while you work. We give you a stipend. You get $90 for daily attendance. This is not a salary. We like to emphasize that with young adults. There's a big difference between a stipend and a salary. Free courses. You do not have to pay for any of the courses provided at CCC. Life guidance. Get help on work and life issues that can clear the path for you to achieve your goals. Team building. Gain the courage to be the beacon of change in your community. Become a team player. Character development. Rise above the negativity of your past and become a better person from the inside out. Outdoor activity. You will get to rediscover TNT through a wide variety of field trips and community projects. Our process. The following process ensures that required target group for the program is given priority. This is when we do our recruitment. Education and qualifications. Candidates with limited or no academic vocational qualification will be given greater priority than candidates possessing academic qualifications and experience. State of the household. Candidates from single parent household who are without the economic means and was seen to be high needs of entering the underground criminal economy and also meeting the first criteria will be given greater priority than candidates from unbroken families. Employment experience. Candidates with limited or no experience or who are considered unemployable and meet the two criteria above will be given greater priority than persons with employment experience. Right? Group selection. Unlike other organizations where a combination of academic qualifications and experience are considered for employment of program admission, the converse is true about Civilian Conservation Corps. The program specifically attracts a niche within this market of 16 to 25-year-olds who have the lowest level of formal education and least involvement in community activity and who are less likely to succeed elsewhere. Right, this is a little bit of our history. I won't go basically too much detail. We already started in 1992 and then it was stopped and then reinstated on 14th of March 2002. The cabinet revitalized the CCC program. It was re-engineered and decided that it would once again be overseen by the Ministry of National Security and Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force. At present, right, just to inject here, we have been, within the last budget, we have been transferred from the Ministry of National Security to the Ministry of Youth Development and National Service. We are still under the auspices or the guidance of the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force. Because this is a Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force youth program. Right, so in January 2007, the Cabinet established a specialized youth service program as a coordinating headquarters of the CCC program. SYSP worked diligently with the CCC, and this joint effort made the program not only fully functional, but also tremendously successful. The success of the CCC program led to the establishment of 3 other programs under the SYSP. The military-led academic training program, the military-led youth partnership apprenticeship, and the reorientation training, which is my part, now under test, and the National Youth Service Program incubated. The National Youth Service, which is now already the name of part of the name of our ministry, never got off the ground. And also Milat and my part, we never got the female version up and running, which we are trying diligently to start up. Right? We basically use the Lewin's theory of change, which is unfreezing, creating the right environment, transformation supports change to the desired state, refreezing, reinforce the anchor change. This proven theory suggests that in order to bring about lasting change, there should be these 3 stages: unlocking of the present social system, behavioral movement in the desired direction of change, and deliberate steps to ensure that the new state of behavior remains relatively permanent. The unfreezing skill training. During the first 2 months of each cycle, all trainees nationwide participate in synchronized introduction unfreezing program that is unique to CCC. Trainees are exposed to character development, career guidance, drug and substance abuse awareness, anger management, disaster management, just to name a few. All right, and here we have the objectives of the phases. Lay the foundation for creating positive actual changes in the trainees. Empower trainees to better understand the challenge of adult life and to appreciate that there are ways to meet and beat these challenges. Encourage trainees to better understand themselves and relate well to others. The transformation is the second phase. For the next 4 months, trainees learn on-the-job skills and one vocational skill of their choice. Right? These trainees gain numerous opportunities, etc. Phase 3 is refreezing, which is the benefits delivered from phase 1 and 2. This phase of the process is designed to consolidate the gains made during the 2 previous phases and to prepare the trainees for separation from the program. This is done at special sessions during the last 2 weeks where feedback is encouraged and attempts made to determine the positive changes in the general behavior and to reaffirming some of the new values, attitudinal and behavioral changes, as well as marketability, which has been offered to the trainee. Right, basically this is what makes us unique. We at CCC are, how I should put it, are mandated to rehire our trainees. Whereas in our organization, our trainees work in our logistics department and finance department, public relations, and in IT, in human resource, all culinary, all the departments that we have within Civilian Conservation Corps. We have assistant team commanders, junior team commanders. What is not noted here, we also have team supervisors, which is the higher rank, and they are rare. There are only about 10 or 12 of them within CCC. Life skills. Trinidad and Tobago Civilian Conservation Corps program provides the life skills that are crucial for adaptation, positive behavior that enable training to deal effectively with the demands and challenges of life. The subjects are standard for everyone enrolled. These skills are not dependent on social norms and community expectations, but skills that function for well-being and aid individuals to develop into active and productive members of their communities. It is to be noted that adult literacy and numeracy is available at all regions as part of life skills for those who require it. Then we have various aspects of the life skills. Right, I mentioned before the various program benefits, stipend, it's free. We gain work experience, team building, outdoor activities. discover hidden talent besides what we do as the skills. We also have different events that we have, Calypso and Women's Competition, Parang, Emancipation Queen Show, Diwali Queen Show, etc., where the trainees are allowed to express themselves. We do life guidance, character development, and we have also career opportunities. And this is basically the prerequisite for registration. But best system of church agreement between the ages of 16 to 25, as normally at numerously stated before. You must be unemployed, you must be medically fit. Right? Preparation documents, original documents, original birth certificate, national ID, bank account information, must not be a joint account. NIS number, some people wouldn't have it, but when they come, we'd arrange to put them in the right direction, how to get it. 2 passport size photos, recent medical, 3 months or less, submission, delivery. Deliver anything to the regional office closest to your place of residence. And then we have the headquarters. Then we have regional office. We have 8 regional offices throughout Trinidad and Tobago. Right? We have Northwest, North Central, Central, Northeast, South Central, Southeast, Southwest, and of course, Tobago. And that basically, right, is what we are about.
So can you tell us what is the duration of the program?
Are there any questions?
What is the duration of the program? How long is the program?
Normally the program we do 2 cycles per year, right? 2 cycles per year, 6 months duration. I.e., with this particular cycle that we have started, right? Because of the COVID-19 situation, this particular cycle is running for 10 months, right? Because of the classroom size, etc., where we cannot have more than 25 trainees in a classroom. So we'll have a set coming in the morning, and when we did the logistics with that, who come in the morning, who come in the evening, depending on the region, some will be upstairs, some downstairs. So we try to keep within all the COVID guidelines. But this particular cycle, like I said, is 10 months, but our normal cycle time is 6 months.
Okay, so when is registration for your next cycle?
Right, our next cycle, which starts in January, which was proposed to start in January, our registration for that starts in October.
Okay, so students can look forward to registering in the month of October.
Yes.
Do you have limited spaces?
Well, funny enough, our normal figure that we take is 800 trainees per cycle. We actually one time we were 1,200 per cycle, but because of the financial, not COVID, this was because of financial constraint before COVID, we have dropped to 800. But this particular cycle that we have now, which is running for 10 months, the government allowed us to take 1,050 trainees because it was very much oversubscribed. Even though we take those 1,050 trainees, we have trainees, we have people who are on a waiting list sector as it is, right? So we guys why we went over the whole thing. Oh, just must be noted as the flyer you are seeing here now, our URL will be changed from the 1st of June, right? And it is, I think I sent it to the teacher earlier. It's https, right? //cc.mydns.gov.tt. Right? I repeat again, it's https://cc.mydns.gov.tt. Like I mentioned, we are in a new ministry. We are no longer Ministry of National Security. We are Ministry of Youth Development and National Service.
Thank you so much for your passionate and insightful presentation, sir. Thank you for caring for the young people of our nation. And thank you for taking the time to share with us this afternoon. We look forward to a continuous relationship with you. So on
Of
behalf
course.
of Southeastern District, we say thank you.
You're welcome, ma'am.
Okay, take care, sir.
All right.
Bye.
Buddy.
Oh, you're not there?
Yeah, don't finish.
So good afternoon, and we are back. And at this time,
it gives me the pleasure on behalf of Southeastern Educational District to say thank you. Thank you for being with us for the entire day. Thank you for being with us for the entire 3 days. And for all our providers who came on willingly, made that sacrifice, we are saying thank you. Thank you. With a heart of gratitude, we say thank you. It has been a journey. In fact, it rekindled our love to continue to show empathy and more love, especially in these times. Now, why say thanks? And we are here to say thanks because it has been a journey. I mean, from waking up very early, very long hours for all our officers. But today, we stand very strong and very committed to making sure we see our students going forward on that journey as they make great decisions for their future. We had a caliber of speakers. How do I start to even say thanks? I don't even know how to say thanks, right? But I am going to put it simply. So, as I said, we are from Southeastern and we have some real hard working officers. They work so hard. We cover schools. Anyone who will be coming on to look at our video, we cover schools from Guaya, Mayaro, Rio Claro West, Rio Claro East, Princess Song East, Princess Song West. Don't forget any of the schools, right? Christ College, St. Stephen's College, Cowan Hamilton, Barrowport Asher, Barrowport East, Barrowport West. I do hope I have not left out any school. And when I think about being able to come here and really encourage everyone, I think today I want to publicly thank my officers and this weekend we will be able to rest because we have sown some seeds. And I just want to say, even for those who might think, listen, everything you say, Ms. Tyson, doesn't make sense. Everything you're saying doesn't make sense. I am saying, think about your future. Think about it. I mean, literally spend time, coming together with, whether it's your parents, whether you have a few friends and right now it's COVID, so we cannot even gather. But literally come together and make good decisions for your future. And whatever you want to be, whether you want to be a doctor, a lawyer, a hairdresser, a pilot, a nurse, a social worker, a teacher, a mechanic, a mechanical engineer, as they say it now, whatever you want to be, press on, soar like the eagle. So, I publicly want to thank too all the RSC technicians who would have been with us on this journey, who really assisted us. I mean, they were very patient with us. And I'm just looking at my phone to make sure I pull up some names, because everything is tech right now, right? So we are thankful. Now listen, I told you all it's 17 schools in Southeastern. I cannot forget to call Tableland Secondary, Tabakit Secondary, and Williamsville Secondary. Oh my, you could imagine me. I would have had a fit like when I put up like, oh boy, how could I forget these schools? But we have some hardworking officers, right? And just to give you a lineup, we have Miss Alma Simpson. She has been servicing the St. Stephen's College, along with
Barrow Asher right now, and Christ College. And then we have Nadine Gabriel. Moruga Secondary, we cannot forget Moruga Secondary. She has been servicing that school for almost 7 years. Wow. Really, really. I mean, when I tell you the caliber of officers we have, you think it's joke, eh? Right? And then we have Miss Janelle Garcia Hall. She has been servicing Tableland Secondary along with Cohen Hamilton. And then we have Marilyn Cooper. She has been servicing Williamsville Secondary. And I cannot forget to tell you about Miss Stella Clark. She has also been servicing the Rio Claro East Secondary and Tabakit Secondary. Well, Tabakit being her whole school, that's really her school, but she helps out at Rio Claro East. And I cannot forget Beach Secondary, where for this particular school, we have Miss Lisa Crawford, her main school being Barrow East, but she also serves at Beach Secondary. So here I am with a very humble heart, and I'm just going into my phone just to make sure that I did not say the wrong school, and just to make sure that I have covered the 17 schools, right? And I am now going to go into the final part of it. Just now, 1 minute. Right, so as I end my thank you speech, as I told you all, even in school, I used to talk real plenty, yeah? But just to tell you how grateful I am, I want to publicly thank Mr. Raj Ramdas. He has been the one who really made this dream come true. When we felt it was never going to happen, there was no provider, Mr. Raj Ramdas took up this opportunity and he made it possible. So that is why when we play songs like a bridge over troubled waters, I could tell you the trouble came, but we overcame. We are definitely a strong team of strong officers. And I hope I call all officers. I think, well, one of our officers right now, yes, and I forgot, oh my gosh, how could I forget this? Uta Miraj, who is also the officer for Princess Song East. And that school is now being serviced by Nadine Gabriel, right? So it has been 3 long days. I want to thank you. And at this time, we have a short video to show you as we end from heavy equipment. So sit back and look at this video so that as a young man, you will make the right decisions. You could see yourself here. See your dreams. Don't kill your dreams, but feed it. It come like feed your faith and starve your doubts. So to my technical team, could we have that PowerPoint up now, please? So I just wonder if we could just go back to the first slide, because I just want to give you this information about, right. So I am just showing this out here. Please write down these numbers. You can contact Mr. Neil Bispat. And as you can see, his numbers are 387-7491 and 688-9805. He has been in this heavy equipment business for a very long time. So even as we wrap up, I just want to encourage you that don't limit yourself. I want technical team, could you take me down to probably, I think, the other slides, like coming down to the NES. So as you can see, as we quickly look at it, so I'm just giving you, like, I just giving you a taste of it, right? This school is an excellent school, and I just want technical team just up right here. And their mission is to be the leader in professional, hold on, enhancement training by offering a variety of skill-oriented training programs in heavy machinery operations. Now, when we talking young men, you might be looking on and you might say, well, who am I? I wonder if I could really get on a crane. But this particular young man by the name of Mr. Neil Bispat, he is well versed in crane operations, rigging, banksman, and safety skills, while maintaining the highest standards of professionalism, honesty, and reliability to our clients. And I am saying he provides high quality, effective programs that can be tailored to meet your specific work environment. Could we go to the next slide? Thank you. Right. So, Mr. Neil Bispat, I just give you those numbers. His mission is to focus on improving safety in the workplace. His commitment will allow every one of us to become the preferred institution for training. So they have that commitment and certification in heavy equipment operations, crane operation, and again, rigging, banksman, signal persons duties, safety orientation, inspections, and consultancy in Trinidad and Tobago, as well as the CARICOM Islands we own. So what I am taking you through is a company that stands on integrity, right? So even if you might not want to look at this now, and you say, oh my goodness, later on, let me look at this, I am taking you through for you to understand. Thank you. So I'm just going to go through these slides quickly. Thank you. All right. So, as I said, they not only do work in Trinidad, but also in the CARICOM and all these other Caribbean countries, right? And I just want to leave with you. After you have attended this training program, individuals will have an improved attitude towards safety and an increased proficiency in lifting equipment operation. So I want you to know that you are really doing yourself a service when you join or when you get this training by Mr. Neil Bispat. Because the way each program is designed is to equip individuals. So whether you think, listen, I really can't do this, I am encouraging you, you can get it done. You can get this done. All right, and we are moving on. Could I get the next slide? So, as I said, so I would like you to contact Mr. Neil Bispat, Heavy Equipment Technical Training Institute. They offer different heavy machinery operation and the careers. And once you get in contact with him, I can assure you it will benefit you. Technical team, just go down the other slide. Let me just quickly show them some of the things that they, yes, let's go straight down. Right, so there you see all the rigging equipment. Continue, thank you. All the rigging equipment here again, right? Wow, I mean, just look at this. Thank you. And I just want to encourage you I just want to encourage you that you should never give up. Look at this, look at this, look at this. Let's continue. Technical team, go straight down. Right, thank you. Wow, wow. Just look at this. Wow, look at that. Just stay right there. Look at the magnitude of this. So this is where I end. On behalf of Southeastern, I want to encourage you. Dream big. Do not limit yourself. Start today, and I can assure you of a bright, bright future. Thank you very much. Thank you for viewing. God bless our nation. God bless our technical team, Mr. Ramdas and his team. They have worked really, really hard. God bless all the students who came on. Thank you very much. Thank you.